Dude, so I was cooking this up this morning. Tell me this. I'm not suggesting that I 100% made it up. I'm asking if I made it up or if my brain subconsciously stole it from maybe something Mouth said in the last 5 years. So it's like this. Thought I would fart, but now I'm ashamed. I gave my pants a brown stain. Did I make that up, or is that something that... Wow, that is a lot of minus twos. That sounds like Mouth Justin. Well, I'm trying to think of what Justin's would be. Justin's is always, I always go back and I think about sucking off chili dudes inside the morgue's deep freeze. Jack's feeling a little cold. He's got his coat under his knees. Is John Cougar Mellencamp hold the cougar? That's a +2? That's from like 1,000 years ago. How about John Pooper? What is that? Are you talking about John Popper from the Blues Traveler? Whatever happened to that guy? You know what? This is a great... New segment. What happened to that guy? John Popper. John Popper is, okay, not dead. That's a start. In 2018, Popper appeared in the fully vested episode of Pawn Stars, so that's good. In 2015, he had his first child. Popper has a tattoo across his chest that says, "I want to be brave," written backwards. What? What? So, like, when you look at it in the mirror, you can read it. But, like, hang on, I'm trying to figure it out in my head. If you had a tattoo written backwards on you, could somebody read it if they were looking at you? Or is it like only a mirror can... I can't rotate the shape in my head. Because it would be written backwards. Right? Only... It's a mirror. Dude, like, Jaden Smith was kind of right. Mirrors are kind of crazy, right? Like, a mirror doesn't see what I see. It sees a mirrored version of what I see. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking weird. How did they know what they looked like in the, like, pre-mirror days? Water? What, did, like, every house just have, like, an extremely clear pool of water in the bathroom so you could be like, you could do your hair and then gaze in? But then, like, the water reflection is not it's inferior to the mirror reflection, because that's not how gravity acts on you when you're standing up straight. It doesn't make any sense. You ever, like, look at a mirrored picture of your face? It happens sometimes when I'm making thumbnails. You'll be like, oh, this doesn't look right. Let me, like, edit, transform, flip horizontal. And then you're like, who the hell is this guy? Other people are like, that's you. And I'm like, that's not me. That's not what I look like at all. People are like, that's what you look like to us. And I'm like, what the hell? Is that why people make fun of me? Flip it back. I did not watch Survivor last night. I'm just sorry to say I'm not going to watch Survivor. And it's no disrespect. It's just it's a timing thing. Rather than watch Survivor, every night at dinner I get roped into watching some Korean prestige show on Netflix that's like every episode is 87 minutes long. I think I'm just sitting down to eat like a little bit of soup, and then all of a sudden catch me like 43 minutes into Sky Castles episode 1 going, what the hell is happening here? I did watch the first hour and a half of Terminator 2 while I was making videos or making thumbnails last night, though. It's a funny movie. Terminator 2, A, good movie so far, but also B, funny movie. Like when the Terminator almost shoots that dude and John Connor's like, what are you doing? And he's like, what? You almost killed him! Of course, I'm a Terminator. You're like, what do you expect, idiot? He's right, he's a Terminator. It's not called like, the father figure robot. The movie's basically called The Robot Who Terminates. I've seen Terminator 2. It was just like a long, long time ago. I did see Terminator 3. I saw Terminator 3 in theaters with my mom. Not that good. It was kind of good when I was 13, but even at age 13, I was like, this is not as good. It's not as good as T2. I also saw Terminator Salvation in theaters. It was one of the only movies I've ever walked out of in my entire life. Terminator Salvation. I don't think it's one of the worst movies ever made, but certainly one of the most disappointing because the trailer was so good. We were like, oh, they're finally doing it. They're finally making the Terminator movie we've always wanted. The war between humans and machines. Just not good. Great cast, though. I did stay long enough to see CGI Arnold, which is crazy because I'm pretty sure CGI Arnold was like, that must be close to the end of the movie. I just remember I left and I watched The Hangover again. Spot on impression of young John Connor. Dude, I thought it was pretty good. It's like a young Steve-O. What are you doing? You almost killed him! Anyway, we are going to be doing some React Court here. Yeah, I've walked out of some movies. I've snuck into some movies. Some of you probably haven't heard this story. One year, one of my friends, his birthday fell on the day that The Dark Knight opened. So we gave him like, $15 per person or something, and then he bought 15 tickets to go see the movie at the movie theater. We went to the box office. He picked them all up. I was a little bit intoxicated, so I threw the ticket in the trash as soon as we got in line. I was like, I don't need this shit anymore. And then one of my friends was like, you need the ticket to get into the movie theater, right? And I was like, oh yeah. So I reached into the garbage can and I pulled out a ticket, but I couldn't find the ticket for The Dark Knight. I could only find the ticket for like a different movie. So I like licked my thumb and then rubbed off the movie name and the showtime. And then when everyone was given their tickets, the guy was like, this isn't the ticket for this movie. And I was like, it is for this movie. They just gave it to me. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, this ticket is like old. And I was like, I don't know what to tell you, man. They gave it to me at the box office. Like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. And then, long story short, my friend came out of the movie theater after like a 3 or 4 minute long argument and was like, we have one extra ticket, so why don't you just take this one? And I was like, oh yeah, see? I'm glad I didn't miss it too, because it turns out The Dark Knight, pretty good movie, honestly. That was a classic. I probably could have just said, like, sorry, I threw it in the trash by accident, and he would have been like, yeah, I don't care, I'll let you in. But instead, I was like, no, I'm going to outsmart him. I did not outsmart him. Yeah, it's not even close. I'm the asshole. It's not a story where I'm like, whoa, this fucking idiot that was ripping the tickets. I was like, I'm in the wrong here. But for some reason, I feel like I can't tell the truth because then I would have to admit that I made a mistake earlier. So instead, I tried to psyop him. Anyway, it was a good movie. That's about all I got. Peloton ride, thanks for asking. It was a PB, but it's not a fair PB because it was the first time I've ever done a full 60-minute ride instead of sandwiching two 30-minute rides together. It's a 60-minute Emma Lovewell pop ride. Probably one of the worst track lists you could ever imagine. All songs from the past 3 years. There's a couple bangers in there. There's a Lizzo song. There was two Ed Sheeran songs. Ooh. There was there's Unholy by Sam Smith. I like that song. I don't hate new music. There's just, I mean, like, I'm sorry to say this, I'm not a huge fan of Pink's discography, and basically it's a straight line down from like her debut to the present. Pink is great. Dude, this is not fair. It might even be sexist for me to say this. She's too old for all of her songs to be so messy. I remember when I like turned the corner on Pink. I was like, she had that song where it was like, you punched a hole in the wall and I framed it. And I was like, lady, you're like 48 years old. You got to start like taking care of yourself. You got to have some damn self-respect. Like, you should not be glamorizing this kind of behavior as someone who is like maybe 10 years younger than my mom. Like, if you're writing this song and you're like a 20-year-old, you're like, okay, you're young, you're reckless, is fiery passion and stuff like that. And then I'm like, when you're writing this song as like basically a middle-aged woman, you should, as soon as it should be, you punched a hole in the wall and I like broke up with you and told you to get the fuck out of my house because that's violent. You gotta draw like a boundary there. She should be getting a restraining order or something. What do you mean I shouldn't write songs? Didn't you hear? I thought I would fart, but now I'm ashamed. I gave my pants a brown stain. Anyway, it was like 60 minutes, 200-watt average. It was like a 713 kilojoule. It's not bad. So, today's the fun ride. Tomorrow's the long ride. Saturday's the intervals ride. We do, it's just like your mom's Saturday night. We do it in this order. Long, hard fun. Long, hard fun. Imagine if you had some good tunes. That's the thing, dude, is like they don't let them make good playlists. You know how many times I'm becoming an Ed Sheeran fan because I'm every single song. I wanna kiss your eyes. I wanna drink yours. Ooh, baby, when you suck it like that and pull your toes up, give me the shivers. Like it just, I hear this song like 5 times a ride. It's driving me crazy. What song is that? That's Shivers by Ed Sheeran. The dude, he's very horny. Everything's covered in something brand new. I'm in love with the shape of you. I mean, the chat is the meme of the guy, he's got to choose which button to press. What are you going to press? Ed Sheeran is good music, insulting a guy for being 5 years older than me and not liking new music. I like Sam Smith's Unholy. I like some Lizzo songs. I like some Doja Cat. I like some Kim Petras. Also, I didn't like, if we're talking about top 40 music, I haven't, like, Ice Spice, I think it's a good song. People assume that, like, just, I didn't grow up listening to fucking Captain Beefheart Trout Mask Replica. Like somebody doing a rap song with a minor key in it is like, whoa, I'm too old. When I was in high school, every song was like a 1, 2, 3, 4. Says she's good to me, you know. He buy me diamond rings, you know. She says so. Like, no, I grew up, you know, I was listening to some stuff that was. No, I hated the top 40 when I was in high school, too. I wasn't in 11th grade physics class being like, oh, dude, have you heard the new Gwen Stefani song? She spells bananas in it. I was out there, you know, basically just regurgitating Pitchfork Media's opinions. Have you guys heard The Life Pursuit by Belle and Sebastian? I would say conservatively, it's like an 8.1 out of 10 in my opinion. I mean, sure, it's no, if you're feeling sinister, but it's definitely better than Tiger Milk at least. Anyway, drop me like, I don't know, like right there. Sounds right. I didn't hit smelling salts before the stream today, but I did eat a Costco croissant with Costco pre-cooked chicken on it and some Costco Monterey Jack cheese. And then my daughter said she didn't like blackberries anymore. I bought like 2 quarts of blackberries. Guess where? So I ate like 3/4 of a quart of blackberries as well. The blood sugar is through the damn roof. Anyway, /marker, React Court. The rumors of React Court's demise were like, for once, not greatly exaggerated. They were actually like pretty on point. But then, nobody likes watching me play tactics games. And then the tactics game that people like watching me play, Blood Bowl 3, is like irredeemably broken for some reason. I don't know how you can just release a game in that state in 2023, but I've never worked on a software project to that of that scope, or of any scope for that matter. So you know what? We need a hit. Let's bring it back. We haven't. The beauty of having not done React Court in like a month is that I can sort by the craziest posts of the last month. A lot of them are not the assholes right off the bat here. But you know what? I mean, I can't resist something that has 40,000 upvotes. Hang on. Let me make sure I got my screen region set up here, okay? We are basically binging. This is me getting on an airplane, having not seen a movie in the last 18 months, and then being like, oh my God, they have every movie that people told me to watch over the last 18 months here. So I get to watch both Nope and The Menu. Oh, man. Am I the asshole for calling my mom when my husband refused to listen to me? Now, see, this sounds like a Pink song. That's a little callback for you if you were here at the start of the stream. If you're watching on YouTube, you're just going to have to, like, laugh as if you get the joke. It's a sense of solidarity, okay? I can't imagine the answer could be yes here. Oh, my God, they wrote an essay? Holy cow. I, 26F, recently moved into my first home. I'm also 4 months pregnant with our first baby. The pregnancy has been very hard. I have horrible morning sickness. It reached a really bad point where I passed out, hit my head, and my doctor admitted me to the hospital for a week. When I got home, my husband allowed his brother's family to move into 2 of our 3 bedrooms. They were evicted. I don't know why. One room was my office. Tossed into our room, papers everywhere. The house was a complete wreck. Trash, dirty clothes, used diapers. I started to cry. It was like a light flipped. My husband was no longer the same. My husband told me it wasn't that bad. My reply was, fine. You should have the house cleaned up before I wake up. Completely exhausted, I fell asleep for 4 hours. I woke up and went to get a drink of water. I couldn't. Every glass we own is scattered around the house. They didn't clean a single thing. I passively, aggressively started to pick up the dirty dishes and wash them. The following, okay, this is just... It's just a lot of... I'm not saying it's fake. I believe that this situation can come to pass. But it reminds me of like the start of Joker. Where it's just like literally Joker... Well, the guy who would hitherto before be known as Joker, like tries to buy a soda from a vending machine, and then the vending machine is like... And then like the power turns off, and then someone comes by and is like, you're ugly. And then like a group of teenagers comes by and they go, hey, nice shirt. And they flip up his nose, and then they put their foot behind his leg and push him so he falls over, and he falls onto like a little like some kind of pie or something like that. So when he gets up, he's got apple pie all over his jeans, and he's like, "Oh, come on, guys." Like this is what this feels like for this woman right now. It's too much. That led to a fight where I told him, "I'm too sick to have company and they need to leave," to which he replied, "They're his family, he won't kick them out." I started to cry again. I was beyond frustrated, exhausted. I physically couldn't do it anymore. I called my mom asking if I could come stay with her, telling her the whole story in front of my husband, who at this point was completely shocked, angry. Also, I could tell he wasn't sure what to do. This is just crazy. I can't read this. This is just basically I'm sorry to tell you this, you married the worst person in the world. The whole post should just say, "I married the worst person in the world." There's no meat to. I'm not mad at her if this is real, because she's going through hell right now. But I am a little annoyed because of the fact that it's just, what do you want me to say? You wrote an essay about how bad your husband is. I think as soon as you get to that point, you know you're probably not the asshole and you should get a restraining order. Am I the asshole for yelling at my girlfriend to stop frickin' eating? It did seem like an Ari Aster movie. But you know what? Good for her. Because I know how that ends. Excuse me? My male 26 sister, F23, runs a bakery business, also known as a bakery. She's been struggling lately to keep up with orders because she's been short-staffed. She does a lot of orders for wedding cakes that require custard or marmalade fillings. UK spotted. I offered to help her out by making these fillings at home and bringing them to her so she has less work to do. Unfortunately, the past 4 times I've made these fillings, my girlfriend has literally dipped her fingers into the filling jars and contaminated them because, in her words, she just wanted to try some. That's disgusting, for sure. I've tried explaining to her that she can't dip her fingers in and contaminate the entire batch because then I have to remake it. I said she should use a spoon and take some out if she wants to try it. She just pouts and says she likes using her fingers because it takes her back to her childhood. I also don't believe that this is true, but that's okay. Today I was trying to finish some chocolate custard to send it over to my sister because she was running late on a wedding cake order for an important client. Well, it's nice to know that if I was to commission a wedding cake, not all clients are created equal. Like, there might be some clients where you would be like, "Oh, if I don't get their wedding cake done in time, that's no big deal. I've got more important things." I'm sure that, there is a little bit of triage that happens in these kinds of businesses, but at the same time, you're not supposed to let the customer know that there's like some clients that are more important than others. I told my girlfriend, "Don't eat the custard, and if you really want to, use a spoon." I get out of the shower, and what do I see? She has her fingers in it again. I totally lost it. I yelled at her and said, "Stop freaking eating the food I'm making." She started crying and got mad at me for fat shaming her. This post is not real. So yes, you are the asshole. If this really happened, obviously you're not the asshole. But because it's fake, yes, you are the asshole. Let me get... I like the posts where someone is the asshole. Most people, when they write fake posts, I think they make the fake OP as sympathetic as possible. I much prefer when it's somebody that you could reasonably convince yourself has no self-awareness and is like, "Am I the idiot?" I can't not read this one. Am I the asshole for demanding my girlfriend tells me her author's pen name? It's wrong. This is the wrong screen region again. I, male 32, have been dating Shaban, F32, for 6 months now. She's always been very vague about what she does for a living. Sati things like writing and working from... I'm gonna guess that is saying things. Like writing and working from home writing? What is unless Sati is like, is that an astrology thing? But recently, one of her friends mentioned something, and I finally dragged it out of her. She's an author. She write and self-publish. Honestly, she should have proofread your post, just for the record. She write and self-published romance and erotica stories in novels, and while not rich, she's able to make a living out of it. I Googled her name and couldn't find anything, so I confronted her about this. She said she's writing under a pen name, so I demanded she gives it to me so I know what she does. She refuses, saying she doesn't want it to be leaked even by accident and no one knows. I accused her of not trusting me, and she still refused, which is really annoying. I tried a nicer approach and told her I want to know her fantasies. I lied to her. I manipulated her and lied to her to try to get the information that she wouldn't give me when I asked honestly, so I can try it out with her. And she told me what she writes aren't her fantasies, but her readers' fantasies, and she's still not going to tell me. At night, I tried to check her laptop for her pen name, but she changed her password before bed. I was annoyed and told her she clearly doesn't trust me, and it's not fair because I have a right to know what she writes, especially since it's a sensitive topic, and I don't know her, if I don't know her pen name. She was furious. I tried to look on her laptop, and she told me to go home. Before leaving, I told her when she calls to apologize, I expect to get her pen name with the apology. She called me an asshole on my way out. I thought she'd call by now, but she hasn't. My sister told me I was the asshole. I should apologize, but I just don't see it and need second opinion. Was I the asshole? You know what I'm realizing is we might have to go with posts that are... I'm sorry to say this. We are smarter than the average Redditor who upvotes and downvotes. I think it's like if you don't... I'm trying to think about how to phrase this. If you don't spend a lot of time in the real world, this might seem like a story that happens. You're like, yeah, for sure. This definitely took place. But if you go outside, you're like, this is not real. This can't conceivably be real. Because if someone was making this post, they would never admit to committing a crime by trying to hack into their girlfriend's laptop. They would hide it. They would take that information to the grave with them. You'd be surprised. Well, if it's real, obviously he's the asshole. Like you can't just hack into someone's, private communications or something like that. I'm 60% on if it's fake. Is that not like well known that you're automatically the asshole? Is like the only time you can hack into somebody's computer or phone and not be the asshole is if you have like a what's the word? If there's casus belli, that's not what I'm thinking of. If you have reason to believe, probable cause that they have like committed a crime and you need to get evidence for it in order to be like 100%. If 10 people come to you and are like, your boyfriend murdered someone when he was in high school, then you can go tick, 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 tick. In my opinion, I don't know if it's legal, but you can, as far as I'm concerned, you could do that without being the asshole in order to protect like your own physical safety. But to get your girlfriend's pen name, absolutely not. Hang on, let's find some spicier ones. Am I the asshole for screaming at my pregnant fiance for not helping me find my dog who had run off? That's just tough. Probably, yeah. When you're, listen, I haven't even read the post yet, okay? All I'm going to say is that when, your pets, you think your pets are lost, it spikes your adrenaline. I remember like I was looking for Ruka in our house for like an hour and you're not thinking straight. You're like, maybe he got into the dryer and turned it on. Maybe he put himself in the dishwasher and turned it on. Hey, Zeber68, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. And you're looking in places, you're like, oh, we maybe he got here, maybe he got here. And then I was like, you know what? It's like 10 p.m. and I got to go out and find my cat in the city, which I'm not giving myself like a very high percentage chance to succeed. But before I went out, I was like, I'm so anxious, I actually have to diarrhea in the toilet first. Like I had no other option if I went outside, I would have pooped my pants. But like my GI tract was all messed up from like the stress and anxiety. I'm like, I gotta drop a little dookie bomb in the toilet first. And then when I got out, I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave. And then I opened up the closet to get my coat, and he was sitting like in the back of the closet behind the stroller, like meow. Fucking idiot, dude. Anyway. So all I'm saying is that when your adrenaline is like spiked, you do things that are not that you wouldn't do if you had a sober mindset. And then the people are looking at this on Reddit and they're like, I would never do that. Well, I'm like, I don't know. You might if somebody ate your shredded cheese that you were saving for a snack and then that spiked your acetylcholine or something. My fiance is currently 5 months pregnant and has been both fatigued and nauseous. I get why she didn't want to help me look for the dog, but I can't get over the lack of empathy and bordering selfish behavior of this either. My dog, 6-year-old Heeler Corgi mix. I am not anti-dog, but I will never understand that in almost every dog post, they put, the age is not relevant either, but the fact that they put the breed of the dog is so funny to me. As if it's relevant, as if you'd be like, well, as a corgi, you got to go out and look for it. I mean, if it was like a German Shepherd, it might be able to sniff its way home, but a corgi, it needs some help. You need a guardian. Usually my fiance will help. It runs off at least once a week? Usually my fiance will help me find her, but it's not without protest. I'd be protesting too. That is almost a wild dog at this point. Like it's spending 1/7 of its time outside of your house. I honestly don't even know how she was getting out of our fenced yard, so I installed cameras and found she was scaling the 8-foot fence. I ended up attaching spinners to the top of the fence, thinking it would solve the issue, but it didn't. I brought her out today and was playing with her when my phone rang. I was inside just long enough to grab my phone and my dog had gotten out. Are you, no disrespect, but are you stupid? Just, I mean, like, let it go to voicemail. Your dog gets out once a week, you obviously cannot leave it unsupervised for any length of time or it's going to get out. Info needed: video of dog scaling fence. I mean, it's like, I'm not a dog person necessarily. I don't even know what a healer is outside of, like a Dota archetype. How is a corgi scaling an 8-foot fence? Even if it is only half corgi. All I'm suggesting, I'm not saying that it's going to happen, that it can't happen. I'm just saying it's not like he's clearing it in a single leap. Like you probably got like 5 or 10 seconds to intervene, right? So he's basically, am I the asshole for getting outsmarted by my dog that has a brain the size of like 2 walnuts mashed together? My dog had gotten out. I immediately went in search for her, thinking she couldn't have gotten far, but I couldn't find her anywhere, so I went back to the house, asked my fiance, who was curled up on the sofa, to come help me. She immediately said no, she's tired of chasing the dog, she isn't dealing with it anymore, and that I should have been out there watching her. I explained I had been watching her, except for this one brief period where I did not watch her. She again said it wasn't her problem, and she's not exhausting herself anymore to search for my dog. I won't even say it was unexpected because, as I said in the past, she always had a problem with helping me search, but she's never said no. She just complained about it. At first, I went and searched myself. After maybe half an hour, I came back and asked her again to come help me, and she snapped and said, I said no. I'm so tired of chasing that dog around multiple times a week when I'm already exhausted and throwing up constantly. I was panicked and unleashed some yelling, which involved me telling her she was a what? You can't say that. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Who lacked empathy, and that I was thoroughly disappointed with my decision to be with someone so heartless. It was out of pure fear and panic on my part, and I did apologize later. Well, then why are you making the post? You're basically like, I know I'm the asshole, but like, what, can you make me feel better about it? After I found my dog, but she said GFY. And won't talk to me. Am I the asshole? Everyone is on my side except my sister, who says I'm a frickin' prick. because it's not my pregnant fiance's responsibility to chase around your freaking. Okay, people were mean to my dog. Does that change the? People use the pejoratives against my dog. Does that mean that I'm actually in the right now? She said she would have left immediately if her BF ever said what I did to her. Yeah, I mean this. I believe that this could be real. And you're definitely you're the asshole. Listen, I think it's forgivable to say something you regret in a heated moment, as long as you recognize that you did something wrong as soon as possible and try to make up for it. What is unacceptable to me is like you let your dog escape from your house once a week. That's like you have a problem. The problem has a solution, but you have not made literally the slightest effort to make sure it doesn't happen. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I get that, like, dogs and kids are like two different things. But when you have like a 18-month-old kid, you can't be like, oh, I was watching her, but then I just stepped away for 10 minutes, and when I came back, she ate like a bunch of batteries. Well, you gotta watch her. I was watching her, except when I left and then she ate the batteries. Like, you gotta, if your dog is always escaping, you gotta, then when you're outside, you gotta watch your dog. Or your fence has to be like, I don't know, twice as tall or something like that. Chat just showed up and said 7 people here. It's this dude and his six sock puppets. Actually, she was really mean to his dog, so I think. I mean, it's just I think there's like doing something, saying something you regret in the heat of the moment. That's bad. But you can come back from that as long as you know, like, get down on your hands and knees and rub your hands together like this. Making a post where you're like, I know that I'm the asshole, but am I the asshole, is worse, because like now you're like calm and you recognize the problem, but you're still like squirming to try to find a way out. Not making any plan at all to stop your dog from escaping is like the worst. That's just like, I don't know what to tell you. It's like being like, please help me stop eating so many snacks. And you're like, okay, tell me about how you grocery shop. And they're like, well, immediately I go straight for the snack aisle. Well, you got to stop going to the snack aisle. Like, you gotta, at least you gotta put forth a little bit of effort to figure it out. Buy less candles. No? But the spinners, by the way, what is a spinner? I'm picturing that a spinner is like that plastic like semicircle that was sometimes on top of chain link fences, like at baseball diamonds when I was a kid. They're coyote rollers. What the hell is a coyote roller? It's a metal bar that rolls. Okay. So when they try to put their weight on it, it spins them back. I understand. Honestly, maybe the dog is trying to escape. Maybe he knows he can't be trusted. At this point, you're the asshole for not training the dog better. Rehome him. He deserves a better owner. Okay, that's like maybe a little too far, but I agree with you in the spirit of it. You need to train your dog not to run off. Can you do that? I've only ever had cats. Can you train a dog to not escape? Because for cats, it really seems like you just got to watch them. Like every day, Ruka tries to run out of our house when we open the door. So whenever I open the door, I'm always like, I got my eyes peeled to make sure he doesn't bolt. And whenever like, you know, an electrician or something comes over, I'm like, please make sure the door is closed at all times. And they're like, why? And I'm like, we have cats. They're like, say no more. You're the asshole. Sell your cat. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get one of those like doors that it can open at the top. And then instead of opening it like the full way, I'm just going to open the top half of the door and then like hurdle over it every morning. That'll work. Maybe I'll install like a spinner on top of that, although they don't seem to work anyway. He is going to escalate behavior when the baby comes. If this is how he acts when his dog gets out, what's he going to do when he has only slept 3 hours in 4 days and things don't go his way? Okay, listen, you don't know that. We can make an assumption, but like, can't admit, like there's one data point and you're extrapolating it like he's a bad father. And then everybody, rather than like make a reply that's like, well, we don't know that, let's give him a chance. Everybody's like, no, you didn't go far enough. He's probably going to be abusive. What happens when the baby comes and the dog gets out? Is he going to expect her to just pack up the baby and go in search of the dog? You need to, like it's, okay, what happens in the future when the sun explodes? We're not living in the future. He was an idiot like in the past. Let's deal with things that are actually like written in stone already. It's like on Reddit, the dude made like a mistake and was stupid, but everybody's like, yeah, he's irredeemable forever. Like, no, just like eviscerate him a little bit and then maybe he'll change his behavior. It's not like these people are perfect. Like, look at their usernames. Am I the asshole for refusing to help my neighbor and her 2 young children when their wipers were frozen? Canada spotted? I, 59 male, live in a major city in Ontario, Canada. I live in a small subdivision and have 5 neighbors total on my street. Not a major city. Sorry, there's no... You don't live in a major city if you're on a cul-de-sac with 5 other detached houses. You might be in Oshawa, you might be in Burlington, Mississauga, Scarborough, Richmond Hill, something like that. I'm telling you, don't flatter yourself. Enjoy the fact that you've got a house that I'm sure is worth more money than it's actually worth, and you get to tell people, you get to steal the valor of being like, yeah, I'm from Toronto, but actually you're like, I'm 75 minutes on the GO train away. Because we're out here in the urban sprawl making it work. I'm keeping non-Tim Hortons coffee shops open so that the 2 times a year you actually make it into this city and you condescend about, oh, wow, there's so many people and, oh, wow, there's so much traffic, blah, 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 so that you can be like, ooh, but it's so nice to go to JJ Bean instead of Starbucks for once. I, 59 male, live in a major city in Ontario, Canada. I live in a small subdivision. I have 5 neighbors total on my street. For the past few years in winter, we're getting a lot of snow or bad storms. As I'm leaving for my overnight shift around 8 or 9 p.m., I'll put my wife's windshield wipers up on her car and do a quick walk around to my other 5 neighbors and put their windshield wipers up on their cars. Obviously not if they're outside or something, but if it looks like they're in for the night. Many of them will forget to do this, as many of them have children, and it typically slips their mind, and their wipers will be frozen to their car in the morning. So this is like a little weird, but it's nice. It is a nice thing to do. I wouldn't be mad as long as he told me that it was him that did it. If I was at the neighborhood town hall meeting with him and he was like, hey, did you like how your windshield wipers were up instead of down? I guess there's some sort of windshield wiper fairy that's going around doing that. I would be like, that's weird, but I don't think this is he's not offensive right now. It's not like he threw dog poop in my garbage can or something like that, which we all know is unforgivable. It's just something nice I like to do to look out for my neighbors. But here's where there's there's got to be a condition, right? It's just something nice I like to do, and I can leverage it and hold it over their head if something that they do doesn't appeal to me. They're always grateful of this and thank me. Many of them started doing it too. There'll be nights where I'll forget to put mine and my wife's up, and in the morning, one of the neighbors has done it for us. Anyway, recently one of our neighbors moved in. A new family moved in as of last week. It's a young couple and their 2 young children. The other night, I was leaving for my overnight shift at around 9 p.m. It was snowing really heavy, and we were supposed to be getting almost 30 centimeters, and it was freezing out. So I put my wife's wipers up and did my usual quick walk around to the other neighbors. I was hesitant when I reached my new neighbor's house, as I've only introduced myself once, but did it anyway. As I was putting the second wiper up on their pickup truck. See, I'm getting whiplash. Because at first I was like, he hates this young family. But now that I know the young family has a pickup truck, I'm like, well, not the asshole. But what if the husband actually is one of the 1% of pickup owners that has a job where like towing or hauling materials is actually required? In that case, I might say that he is the asshole. I don't know. I need more context. Info, what is the husband's job? Hey, what the F are you doing to my truck? I tried to explain to him I was just putting his wipers up to help him. He continued to scream at me to get the hell off my property and don't touch my S again. The wife then came out and started yelling at me too. I apologized and started walking away. Some of my other neighbors heard the commotion and came outside to see what was happening. They tried explaining to him too that it's just something we do. Both of them wasn't having it. Fast forward to this morning. I'm arriving home from my overnight shift, and as I'm walking in, I see the wife of this couple struggling outside to break the ice off the windshield wipers of the truck. Guess she was trying to take her kids to school, and both of the wipers was frozen solid on the car. She sees me and yells over, "Hey there, do you mind giving me a hand, please?" I look over to her and yell back, "No, sorry, thought I was never to touch your shit ever again, ma'am," and walked back inside. She yelled it back at me, "Wow, AH." Told my wife about this. She thinks I should have helped her because she's just trying to get her kids to school. I disagree, as I was just following what they told me. AITA. I believe that this story is real up until new neighbors moved into the subdivision. And I believe that the rest of this happened in this man's head when he was in the shower. He did not put the windshield wipers up on the new neighbor's truck because he imagined that they might say, "What the F are you doing?" And then imagined, pathetically, even after that, coming home from work. And of course, the young lady who yelled at him is now struggling with their frozen windshield wipers. And then you get a malicious compliance in there where you say, "I'm just doing what you told me. Sorry." He probably lives in Windsor and is bored. Classic Windsor L. I would have to give this... this is like every boomer's power fantasy, right? And maybe it'll be mine when I'm that age too. But isn't every boomer's power fantasy like, you didn't appreciate what I did for you, and now, fire and brimstone is going to rain down upon you? I held the door open at Walmart for a Gen Z kid who was on their phone. They didn't say thank you, and then an anvil fell on their head and smushed them down until they were so flat that they had to plug their nose and put their thumb in their mouth and then go, and then they blew up to the size of a balloon and started floating away, and somebody took a needle and went boop, and they went boop. Am I the asshole? Hold on, I'm trying to pick out a good one. Am I the asshole for putting blue hair dye in my shampoo without letting my family know? 17,000 upvotes, not the asshole? I like the family ones the most. Am I the asshole for letting my father cause a huge scene at my engagement party and embarrass my future mother-in-law? My father has many faults. I'm well aware of these and therefore tend to keep our interactions private. Reddit. I still love him and I've developed a system to keep him from fucking me over. This is one of the weirdest starts to a post I've ever seen in my entire life. Can we get some more information on what the system is here? The system that you have to deal with your father to keep him from effing you over? When my fiance asked me to marry him, I said yes. And then I went and privately told my dad about it. We had a nice dinner with my fiance, and that was that. My future mother-in-law wanted to have an engagement party. I was fine with it. I requested that she not invite my father. I explained that we had a strained relationship and I prefer to keep him at a distance. She agreed. I guess she thought she knew better than me. She wanted to fix our relationship, and the first, okay, I think I see where this is going. She wanted to fix our relationship, and the first step was inviting him to her home for a party with alcohol. When I met my dad, I specifically chose a restaurant that didn't have a liquor license, and we went right after work. His car has a breathalyzer built in to make it start. I know what would happen otherwise. When I saw my dad there, my stomach flipped. I asked her what was going on. She said a good daughter would want her dad to be there on this important day. I asked her to please make him leave. She said I was being rude. I went over to my dad and asked him to leave. He promised to behave. He was so happy to be invited. I told my fiance I might need to leave in a hurry. Okay? My father was fine at the beginning. Then wine came around. He took some, then more, then more. He started getting happy. After dinner, there were drinks. As soon as I heard him raise his voice, I asked my fiancé to leave. I faked a stomach problem and we left. The least embarrassing thing he did was piss himself and puke on the lawn. What the hell else did he do? That's the least embarrassing thing? My future mother-in-law was furious. She said I should have told her that my father has a drinking problem. I said it wouldn't have been a problem if she hadn't lied to my face about not inviting him. My father is humiliated that he did this. I am just numb. Okay, this is just... it's just sad. Really. Everybody sucks here. Not so much the child, except for maybe making up the post. This post. Am I the asshole for making our daughter clean our horse's stalls against her will? Is it you own a polo club or something? Builds character. Your horse's stalls? We recently got 2 horses. Now that I know there's 2 of them, not the asshole. I was picturing like an entire stable or something. Now that I know it's just a modest 2 horses, then I think that builds character. We recently got 2 horses. My younger daughter wanted them as she's been learning to ride. My older daughter was against them. Okay, follow-up question. In that case, why did you buy 2? You have one daughter who wants to ride horses. Why'd you get 2 horses? Do they keep each other company? I don't know, honestly. I'm not a horse guy. My older daughter was against them. She's much more princessy and didn't want to deal with the mess and chores that come with horses, but we told her it wouldn't be something she'd have to deal with and that her younger sister promised to take care of it all. You're working from behind the 8 ball already because she didn't want the horses. Her sister wanted the horses. 2 adults made the decision to buy the horses, and yet somehow she ends up cleaning the stables. Make it make sense. How on earth does that happen? It doesn't make any sense to me. We wanted her to... Recently, the older daughter has been disrespectful at home and staying out too late, and her grades have been slipping. We warned her to shape up, but last week when we heard she'd been needlessly insulting to her younger sister while I was running errands, I told her she'd be cleaning out the stable each day for the next week as punishment and that her sister would get a break. She got really upset and offended and said she promised she'd never have... We promised she'd never have to go in there or have to scoop horse poop. I said, I promised it wouldn't be one of your chores, of course, but obviously a punishment is supposed to be something outside of your normal chores and something you won't like. She's been doing it for 3 days now and seems to be very resentful of our broken promise, acting very disgusted and keeps begging to get out of the rest of it. But I said I thought it's very fair and she's overreacting. Am I the asshole? I don't know how it happened, but somehow I'm like, nope, not the asshole. A punishment is supposed to be something that you don't like to do. Admittedly, it sucks that she didn't even want the horses and now she has to clean the horse poop and clean the stables or whatever. But you should have thought of that before you were being a little you-know-what. A week of doing something that you don't like to do. There's a contract, but I didn't even... The punishment doesn't make sense. Instead, you should... do something there was a reasonable expectation, like make me do the dishes twice as often or something. No, I think this is I think this is completely fine. I don't think this makes you. I don't think this makes you an asshole. I'm surprised Reddit didn't side with him. I'm not, because Reddit and the internet in general is like, if you promised, you can never break the promise. A promise is like legally binding. The only thing more severely fucked up in Reddit's opinion than breaking a promise is not respecting a contract. If you made a promise to break a legally binding document, the website would explode. They would have to take it offline. Because they'd look at it like the same way a lawyer pores through like the criminal code in order to determine, well, yes, maybe your daughter threw boiling hot water on her sister, but at the same time, you promised she would never have to clean the stables. Well, like, I guess I should have made you promise not to throw boiling hot water on your sister. I think that even if he is the asshole here, I think he's the asshole in a very, very small way. And I think the comments are going to blow him out. I think they're going to say things like, how is your child supposed to ever trust you ever again when you told her she wouldn't have to clean the stables and then she had to clean the stables for a week as a punishment? I think that they're gonna go off on this dad. I think they're gonna I think they're gonna say things that are like, I hope you enjoy the next 6 months of her living with you, because as soon as she turns 18, don't be surprised if you never hear from her ever again. Info. Horses can be a pretty big gift. Does your oldest child also get the same treatment as your youngest child? It could be resentment building up and causing her to act out. Okay. As an only child, I didn't think of that. But, I mean, like, I don't think this should necessarily be the top post, but that's okay. You're the asshole. You bought 2 horses for your younger daughter and promised the older daughter she wouldn't have been involved in their care. Italicized, you broke your promises. There were plenty of adequate and appropriate punishments available you could have given your daughter for staying out late and letting her grades slip. Are you deliberately trying to stir up resentment between the 2 sisters? Because this is how you get resentment between 2 sisters. Do you want ants? Because this is how we get ants. You broke your promise. Younger sister also benefits from the punishment and may accuse the older sister of stuff to retain these benefits. 15,000 upvotes. Yeah, or she fucking maybe didn't, because that's not even in the post in the first place. 15,000 people said, yeah, that insane headcanon, definitely, that sounds right to me. Especially when it seems the straw that broke OP's back, it was when he heard she had been needlessly insulting to the younger sister. Seems good old dad here was relatively fine with the other issues, but how dare his horrible eldest be mean to his precious golden baby. Also, I wonder where he heard that from. I'm betting next time little sis gets tired of taking care of her gifts, OP will hear of something bad his eldest did to her once again. This kid didn't do anything. At least there's like I don't even want to say no proof. There's not even the suspicion to begin with, but people are convinced. 7,500 people are like, you cracked the case wide open, Sherlock. How badly could she have needlessly insulted the younger sister that a reasonable punishment is cleaning up for 2 horses for a week? Am I the only person that does chores? Someone's gotta do it for the entire lifespan of the animal. 1 week is like it's a flap of a hummingbird's wings. It's gross. And she didn't buy the horses in the first place. This shit is how often do I clean up shit? Like literally every day. Sometimes more than once a day if I gotta change my baby's diaper. She explicitly didn't want the horses. Don't insult your sister. I'm not saying there aren't better punishments. I'm just saying that this doesn't seem that bad. I don't know. It smells bad. It smells bad and it's gross. Do it for a week. Then don't be rude to your sister again. Do you have any idea how bad it smells? That's why it's a punishment. What is it supposed to be like? Oh, hey, you have to watch like 30 minutes of Netflix every night? I don't understand what the. It's supposed to be annoying. It's supposed to. The first 3 days of the punishment are so that you can stew and be like, well, I can't wait to never fucking see my dad ever again. He's such an asshole. And then, like, sometime around the fourth day, you're like, you know what? I probably shouldn't have been so mean to my sister. And then the last 3 days are like, okay, I've learned my lesson and I'm just going to serve my time and not let it happen again. That's why it's a week-long punishment. If you gave her a punishment for 30 minutes, she would just lean heavy into the resentment energy. -2, only child take? I'm losing it. Like, what should he have done? Don't be mean to your sister. Don't be mean to your sister. I told you not to be mean to your sister. Hey, you gotta listen to me. Stop being mean to your sister. You gotta put some kind of punishment in it to make it stick. He shouldn't have given her a punishment that benefited the younger sibling. Motherfucker, these people got shit to do. Get out my fucking like Google Calendar, 8 p.m. Let me spend an hour brainstorming the perfect punishment that fulfills like 25 different criteria. It's like life's too short, man. You give her something insane pops up in the top of your head. You go, that's too crazy. Then you dial it back a little bit and you go 1 week in the stables. She's not making her sleep in there. She's got to shovel some poop. You guys are so lucky that I don't have a sibling. Because if I had a sibling, there would be no argument against me right now. The only thing that people are saying against me is -2, you're an only child. If I had a sibling, you would have to accept that I'm right. Because you're attacking my character instead of my argument. It's called an ad hominem. Plus, it's only 2 horses. I mean, come on. So you're making her clean up shit as a punishment? Yeah, you're the asshole. You've deliberately chosen something you know she will hate. That's just spiteful. It's not spiteful. She has to hate it. It's a punishment. I'm losing my mind here. I'm not saying you should like make her not eat dinner or just give her like those stale crusts of bread and like brackish water or something like that. But that's what you're supposed to. If you have to teach a lesson to your child, you have to give them something that they don't like to do. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Punishment is revoking privileges or taking away electronics, maybe even grounding/loss of allowance, not shoveling shit. Listen, I'm not a 17-year-old girl. I think if you gave me the choice between shoveling shit for 30 minutes a night for a week or taking my phone away, I would shovel the shit. For sure. Maybe that means that taking the phone away is a better punishment. But I feel like removing her ability to socialize with her peer group is like more damaging than, oh, that poop smells a little bad and I got to shovel it into a bucket or something like that. You might be, socially turning her into a pariah. She's going to have to catch up with, again, I'm not 17 years old, but I imagine the group chats probably have like 5,000 messages in them a night. By the time she gets her phone back, she's going to be reading like In Search of Lost Time or something like that. She's going to be non-contemporaneous. You're the asshole? Why does your 13-year-old get a break from her responsibilities when the 17-year-old fucks up? Well, the 13-year-old didn't do anything right. It's not perfect. We can all agree that it's not a perfect punishment. But at the same time, why are so many people resentful of the younger sibling that, as far as we know from the facts of the case, was merely the victim of being insulted? I'm the scapegoat. Oh, that's why. I'm the scapegoat child of my family, and I recommend you look at your biases. Well, I recommend you look at your biases because you're inserting your own biases into the post where the information that you're insinuating is there doesn't exist. The 13-year-old has 2 horses, and you think the 17-year-old is the princess. Okay, Your Honor, let me write a biography, an itemized list of everything I've ever given to both of my kids over the last 17 years. And then you can see if I'm treating one that's with superior treatment to another. It's driving me crazy, man. Right, I also noticed that. I also share the same bias as you and made something the fuck up without even seeing it. I physically cringed when I read the word princess. Ironically, horses are generally associated with princesses. It almost feels like some sort of projection. It almost feels like some sort of projection. Princesses are not associated with horses. Princesses ride horses, and then there are a 10x the amount of royals that work in the stables that are shoveling the shit. You could be a princess and not want to shovel horse shit. The princesses weren't the ones taking care of the horses. They're the ones after the horses are taken care of. They put the brush on their hand and go like this. Pretty baby, pretty baby. It's driving me insane. You're the asshole. She's going to resent her sister more and trust your promises less. You should have kept your word and found an alternative punishment. Why don't you suggest one, Spike 2021? If it's so easy. You should eat less and exercise more. Any tips to make that happen? Gotta go. Trust is so fragile. If you teach your child that you will go back on your promises intentionally to hurt them, that's a lesson they're going to remember. The point of the punishment is learning a lesson. I think the lesson is if you're rude to your family when you're still under your family's care, you're going to have to shovel some shit. It's going to be unpleasant. You can be a capital B word when you're on your own, when you're paying your own rent, and then you can suffer the ramifications of nobody wanting to speak to you because they think you're mean. What the parents are trying to do is set up like a scaffold where you can make mistakes, learn from those mistakes, and then be like, oh, I didn't like the way that feels. As an adult, I'm gonna endeavor to not do that. You're the asshole. You made a promise and you broke it because you have a golden child. I always forget that I'm definitely getting a vasectomy, man. It's not that only children are weird. It's that everybody with a sibling hates their parents and their siblings. They're like, you have to have a second kid so that both of your kids can be as fucked up and resentful as I am. I love everybody, man. -2. It's only making me more confident in my decision here. Your oldest daughter isn't the golden child, obviously, so you want her to be Cinderella. Edited to change Cinderella to Cinderella. This shit is so good, dude. It's crazy. Info, have you asked your 17-year-old why her grades are slipping and she's acting the way she is? Okay, reasonable question. Honestly, followed by insane reply. My guess is that her parents bought her younger sibling horses that cost thousands of dollars and call her a princess because she wants nothing to do with them. Hey, just wondering why your grades, what used to be like an A student, you're getting C pluses lately. What happened? Oh, I've been going through a lot lately. My parents bought my younger sister 2 horses. It doesn't stand up to the smell test. It doesn't make any, grades are probably slipping because she's 17 and she's got her first taste of like independence and a social life. And that shit is like more entertaining than school, especially when the benefits that you get, the rewards for being a good student are like off on the horizon. You're like, oh, hey, you should really study instead of hanging out with your friends. You'll probably never see your friends here again after high school, but if you do well, you get into a good college, and then in 15 years, you could have a good job, which has a great opportunity for promotion, and then you could get retired, by age 60 or something like that. Like, grades are probably slipping. She's got more immediately exciting things going on in her life. This is my guess. Or I don't know, maybe she's playing Final Fantasy 14. She's obviously dealing with something if she's acting out and getting bad grades out of nowhere. I wouldn't say obviously, like, she's 17. I was like a good teenager. There were still times when I was like, 15, 16, 17, where I was just mean to my mom for 15 seconds. And then later that night was like, why did I say that? Or like, I don't want to do my biology homework tonight. I'm just going to play ESPN NFL football 2K5 and take the L on this. Like, your brain's not fully developed. You make mistakes. Yes, you are TA. This is just crazy, man. Why do you think her grades are slipping and she's been acting out? You buy your younger daughter 2 horses. They're not cheap. What did you get your older daughter? Edited the ad because this one's really angered me. You called her a princess because she said no to wanting horses, when actually that's a very mature decision because it shows she's aware it's a big responsibility and doesn't want to take it. I think you're an ass of a parent. Why? I guess I'm mature because I've never wanted horses either. You got your younger daughter 2 horses, and yet on your older daughter's 16th birthday, you merely got her a Tesla Model 3. You piece of shit. Proceed directly to jail. I had to get out of that one, or you're right, I was going to have like a stroke. The asshole for misleading my husband for years to make him pay for our daughter's education. Info? Sorry. Sounds interesting, at least. I love that half of... And listen, the genre of Am I the Asshole posts that I don't like are like this one. That's like, am I the asshole for, square brackets, deep conspiracy I've been committing against my family for 20 years. The ones I like are like, me and my girlfriend were at dinner yesterday, and she said she doesn't like whole wheat bread, and I called her a bitch. Am I the asshole? Those are the ones that I'm like, I find way more believable than like, this Bryce Dallas Howard, Jessica Chastain, Oscar Isaac's like scene from a marriage stuff. I, 45, have been married to my husband since I was 18. I have a son, 27M, and a daughter, 22F. We are not rich, but we're decently well off. Subtext, we are rich. We always planned for our son to study abroad in a Western country faux university since he was a child, and this is expensive due to the high international tuition fees. This went as planned for my son. However, ever since I got a laptop and a phone with internet, I have used it to learn new things on my own from sources like MIT courseware and YouTube, and I really wanted my daughter to be an educated woman. I also stopped believing in my religion while my husband is devout. I pretend to be religious and follow our customs for the sake of the marriage. I only have a high school level education. The plan for my daughter was to find a boy from a nice family for her to marry and not go to university or go to a local one if she really wanted to. I convinced my husband these days boys from good families want an educated woman for status reasons even if she does not work, and that if our daughter had a Western degree she could marry into an elite family. It worked, and he paid for her to attend a top university, which she got into, which is actually better than the one my son went to. My daughter, after leaving, also confided to me that she does not believe in our religion anymore and started living a different lifestyle, one that I can never have. She recently graduated, got a work visa, and stayed in the Western country and has a good job there. My husband got really angry when he heard this and is feeling really cheated and blames me as I persuaded him to pay for her education and let her go. He even found a picture of her online in a university competition she did where she won a prize and posed for a picture without her head covering. I'm feeling a little guilty. Am I the asshole? No, I would say that's girl bossing. It's probably not real, but could make for a good movie or something like that. Could make for like a 735-minute long Netflix series. I'm the asshole for making my daughters wear dresses when they visit their grandparents. I don't know if I can do another Am I the Asshole post with kids, especially multiple kids. The people in the comments are losing their damn mind, man. I don't even need to read the post. Oh, and the boys merely get to wear slacks and a button-up shirt, but the girls have to wear dresses. You are living in you misogynist, male chauvinist. It's not 1949 anymore. Anyway, let's give it a chance. My in-laws are what you would call traditional. They seem to think the world should have stopped 50 years ago. 1973, really? Usually you hear about that being like, I mean, it tends to stop around 1959, because as soon as 1960 starts, it's the time of the season for loving, you know. Maybe they were really into disco, for all I know. They aren't racist that I know of, or outwardly bigoted, but they are just very old-fashioned. My husband and I have 3 children. We go to visit all their grandparents since they live close. Here's the issue. They don't like the idea of women wearing pants. Me neither, brother. High five. I'm joking. My mother-in-law says it's showing off, and my father-in-law always says it isn't Christian. Now, I'm pretty feminine, so I don't mind throwing on a dress when we stop by it, but our daughters are not. They don't like visiting my husband's parents, which breaks my heart, because we make them put on a dress before they go. They're both pretty tomboyish, and they never wear any dresses otherwise. I had to buy each of them a few dresses specifically so they can go. To be clear, it's not like they aren't allowed over if they wear pants. It's just they won't shut up the entire time about how much they hate it. Our daughters hate this and think it's unfair. I guess it is, but in a lot of cultures, women only wear skirts and dresses, so I don't think it's a big deal. Plus, it isn't like it hurts them to wear a dress a few times a week for a few hours. You're the asshole. I thought this would be like once every 2 months or something like that. A few times a week for a few hours? That's too much. I was like, for 95% of this post, I was like, listen, sometimes you got to wear things you don't want to wear to ensure that you're enshrined in the inheritance for life, okay? But multiple times a week is definitely, there's got to be some casualness. A few times a week makes you the asshole. Without a doubt. The issue is our oldest is planning to never speak to her grandparents again after she's 18, and I'm worried it's affecting them. What? My mother-in-law says it's showing off, and my father-in-law says it isn't Christian. Yeah, okay, that is insane. I would truly not sensical. You're the asshole. I know it seems easier to get them to wear a dress, but it's sending them the message that their feelings and comfort aren't as important as other people's. Their grandparents should love them for them, not if they wear what they consider appropriate clothing. It's not 1950 anymore. G-parents need to accept things are different, and you need to support your kids. Okay? Well, can't disagree. You're the asshole. Women wore pants 50 years ago, and why are the girls over at their place so much if your in-laws don't respect them? Anyway, just keep moving on. You are on the wrong side of history here. Okay, like, listen. I don't disagree, but I probably wouldn't have phrased it that way. My grandmother was born before 1900. Your grandmother was born before 1900? Your grandmother was born before 19... Okay, let's assume she was born in 1899. She had a kid at age 20. Your mom was born in 1919. Your ass was born in like 1946 or something like that. You're 80 damn years old on posting on Am I the Asshole? I don't buy this for a damn second. No shot. There is absolutely no shot somebody on Reddit that wrote this post. No, no, no. Like, this is a. Sorry, I took the screen off. This is a comment. This is not the OP. Not everyone has kids at 20. Bro, it's 1919. They didn't have anything else to do. They were probably having like their fourth kid at age 20. 1989 to 1940 to 1980. I simply refuse to believe it. I don't believe. Honestly, scroll me. I refuse because I'm crunching the numbers in my head right now. My grandmothers were born in the 20s. Yeah, they were not born in the 19th century. My grandmother was born in 1949. That's literally 50 years after the earliest, there's the latest that she could, this grandma could have been born. Minimum. I, they have to be at least like 65 years old. I just don't see a 65-year-old posting like this on Reddit. I just don't see it. My grandmother was born before 1900. She had some very outdated ideas. And my dad was not exactly a hero dad, but in this aspect, he stood up for me against his own mother. But on this, he would not allow her to try to teach me that I had to follow these ridiculous expectations. I overheard it once and it stayed with me for life. It mattered in many ways. It's really important to stand up for your girls on this. I don't think you understand how significant it is that you're failing to do this. What the hell? I mean, like, it's... All I'm going to say... It's just really dramatic for an old person to write this. I'm sorry. I would like to think that if I lived through the War of 1812, the American Civil War, the First World War, and the Second World War, I would probably be okay with my grandkids wearing like whatever they wanted because I would just be tired. But I guess not everybody's in the same boat there. Anyway, no, obviously you're not the asshole. I mean, obviously you are the asshole for making your daughters wear dresses 4 times a week for multiple hours to see your grandparents. No scroll? No scroll for what? What did you want to see? There was a comment about the timeline. Hang on, hang on. I didn't know that. I'm scrolling to find it. This is what you wanted to read, just for the record. This is why we came back for. My grandmother was born before 1900, which is the only time a person can be born where having those attitudes is remotely excusable. Every woman relative of mine that I've met in my lifetime, including the ones that were born when the Titanic was the latest thing, has worn pants. Worth it. Well worth it. Glad we went back. You got to trust the scroller, okay? I got your best interest in mind. Am I the asshole for taking my dog into the grocery store for no more than 10 minutes? Hey, someone in chat said NL must be off his game today. He's had a lot of bad takes. I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of variance, but like every person out there is a little different. There is a person for every single React court that has been like, this guy agrees with me on 100% of issues. And there's been a person on every React court that says, I literally disagreed with every single one of them. That's just what happens when you got a few thousand people watching, 8 50-50s here. You want a take, though? Here's a take for you. I think we should allow pets in grocery stores. I don't care. Do you care? I mean, do you care that there's a dog in the grocery store? I guess I would be a little annoyed. I want to make sure like my shopping cart's not running over like a leash or something like that. But whenever I see like a dog tied up to a no parking sign outside of the grocery store, I'm always like, I feel bad for the dog. I feel bad for the owner. Also, it's Vancouver, so you can't have shit, honestly. Allergies? I don't know, just, you could sniff it up a little bit. They sell Reactin and Claritin in the grocery store. We all got to suck it up. There's things none of us like, but we do it anyway to keep the fabric of society running. Little dog hair on a mango or something like that. I don't know. That's why you wash it. I, F33, am a proud owner of Peanut, my Yorkshire Terrier. I took Peanut to the dog park today and PetSmart, in the same complex as the grocery store I go to. It was a warmer day and didn't want to leave Peanut in the car, so I leashed him up and took him in with me. I had planned on a quick trip, no more than 10 minutes. I went to the produce department to grab some stuff. A guy in his 30s, not an employee, rudely told me pets aren't allowed in grocery stores and asked why I had my dog with me. Before I could respond, he told me it was gross as F to have my dog in the produce section. I explained it was hot out and I planned to be quick in the store. I apologized and said the most convenient thing for me was to come in here with Peanut. He told me to F off and not to be a lazy pet owner. Then he stormed off. It was a bit of a scene. Feeling uncomfortable, I just left. I thought it'd be no big deal. Peanut didn't misbehave or have an accident, and I didn't think I was being an a-hole. I don't know. I don't think she did anything wrong. I mean, like, it's against the rules, but do you ever hear the rules are made to be broken? Please keep your dog away from my food. I don't know. Like, we eat like 8 spiders every year when we're sleeping, right? I'm not worried about a little dog hair getting into my lasagna. Stop playing this bit. Okay, listen, I would rather not eat dog hair. I guess that's a bit. But like, if I went to the grocery store and there were a lot of dogs in there, I would just buy my food and then leave. But maybe that's a privileged take because I'm not allergic to dogs, I guess. But the only time I get annoyed by dogs is when like I'm pushing the stroller on the sidewalk and then like 2 strangers who both are walking their dogs meet each other going in the opposite direction and then end up like blocking the sidewalk because their dogs are going like that's and I just accept that because that's what dogs do. I'm not like, oh, those selfish dogs. I'm like, what are you gonna do? You can't stop them from sniffing. I don't know. I don't. If I saw a little Yorkshire Terrier in the grocery store, I would mind my own business. But maybe that's just me. I wouldn't make it my axe to grind. I'm not saying everybody has to agree with me. I don't know. I got other stuff to. I'm listening to a podcast. YTA is someone who works in a grocery store. Don't bring. Why everyone's throwing around the F word like it doesn't mean anything? So this word used to hold some power, and now we're just, hey, if you ever bend down to tie your shoes on an escalator, fuck you, I'm trying to get to work. Hey, Shaddy Plays, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Everyone, it's just they're exaggerated. Everything's blown so far out of proportion. Edit. I'm getting countless what about service dogs comments. Obviously, this is not about service dogs. This is about pets. OP's dog is a pet, not a service dog. A service dog isn't going to piss in an aisle, bark at a small child, try to bite other customers, or run loose throughout the store. But here's the thing. I think that don't punish the many dogs for the sins of a few. This is why I get annoyed that, like, every time I take the garbage down to the garbage compactor, there's like 1,000 signs. Don't leave your garbage on the floor. Don't poke a hole in your garbage bag and let the garbage juice drip everywhere. I'm like, I know. I'm a citizen. I'm trying to make sure that everybody's doing it. The sign is not going to stop the people who are the dogs, I guess, in this case, that are not going to abide by the rules of society to begin with. A lot of great dogs out there getting punished because like one dog might piss on the veggie straws or something like that. Is it just because I live in a city where some people might piss in the aisle in the grocery store? Is this why I have this take? It would be a pretty good day for me if I saw some animal shit in the grocery store instead of like a dehydrated turd the size of my forearm in the parking lot. Okay, small dogs can go into the grocery store, but big dogs can't go into the. Your dog has to be witnessed pissing or shitting before it goes into the grocery store. Is this a fair compromise? If your dog pisses or shits in the grocery store, the owner is banned for life. The store, okay, I'm starting to think that there's maybe good reasons that they don't allow dogs in the grocery store. I was going to say, how can you stop people from pissing in the grocery store? But, like, if I'm being honest, it's kind of like, it's not a common problem. They can hold it, they can ask for the bathroom code. I'm not saying it never happens, but it's kind of hard to convince a dog to do that, I guess. All right, fair enough. I would still, if I saw one, listen, I don't work at the grocery store. I wouldn't mind if there was a little bit of dog piss in the aisles. I would still just buy my food and mind my own business. But I understand if you work there, that's kind of it's a different story. On the floor, there's a dog piss on the floor. If it's on some food, then I would definitely pick it up and smell it and be like, oh, that's piss. And then I would put it back with the other apples, and then I would grab an apple that had not been pissed on. I adore dogs. I don't want to see them in grocery stores. If it's too hot for the dog in the car, you run those errands later. Or do a drive-up pickup. I often schedule it so it's at the end of dog park time. COVID gave us so many options without needing to bring dogs places they aren't allowed. I think it's true. I think COVID did a lot of good for society. That's what you're trying to say, right, Bunny Love 13? Yeah, you're the asshole. No pets doesn't mean no pets until it's inconvenient to follow the rules, or no pets except for a few minutes. But, like, okay, what if you made a little mini grocery store in the front of the grocery store that was like an exact replica of all the products available, but with much smaller size, like with smaller quantity, and then you just put like rubber floors there, and then, all right, I think you're right. It's probably. I would like it for the dogs if they could be allowed to go into the grocery store. And I would not mind if I saw some dogs in the grocery store, but I can now understand. I can understand why it's not allowed. I'll be honest. I'll be taking my kid into the grocery store, putting her in the shopping cart. She probably filled her diaper like a dozen times over the course of the past 2 years. What are you going to do? You're going to ban babies from the grocery store? F you. I can't stop her from shitting. If I would, I could, man. Am I the asshole for telling a girl to stop wasting food? This shit drives me crazy. Especially, I haven't told this story in a while, but I remember Kate and I got food at the Whole Foods cafeteria like 4 years ago. Kate got a burrito bowl, and then she ate like half of it, and then she went to throw it in the compost, and like a septuagenarian came up to her and was like, you should really eat that rather than just throw it in the compost. It was like, well, yeah, how about you should like mind your own business, lady? It's not her fault the restaurant served her twice as much food as she needs to eat. You want to take it up with someone, why don't you take it up with the Whole Foods? I'm sure they throw out like 500 loaves of bread every night. I brought him back. You should eat it for her? Yeah, I guess I'll just get like diabetes so that this lady doesn't get sanctimonious about the fact that my wife's not eating 1.5 pounds of chicken in her burrito bowl. My Target threw away $200,000 in Halloween candy. I hope you organics did at least. As long as you put it in the compost, that's good. Non-target killed. Non-target killed. Anyway, sorry. Hang on. I'm clicking here. I don't think you should ever tell a stranger that they should finish their meal. I don't even, honestly, like, especially at a restaurant, because they serve you too much food. I do tell my daughter to finish her meal, but that's because for dinner, I give her, like, what she normally eats. I'll give her like a slice of toast with peanut butter and then like some strawberries. And if she's like, I don't really want to finish the strawberries, I'm like, come on, finish the strawberries. They're giving you like a 1.5 pound burrito bowl and they're like, it's a really bad habit to not finish your food. They should serve human-sized portions. Or at least, can I get 80% of a burrito bowl, please? I'm not that hungry. Anyway, I hope she's doing okay. I should have hit her with a who asked, but I was raised to be polite to my elders, unlike my prime demographic in chat. I usually sit with the same group of people in my university's dining area. There's this girl who I've talked to a few times, but I'm not really friends with. She's kind of quiet, but when she finally talks, she seems normal. I sat across from her a few times and noticed how she was eating because it was weird to me. She eats maybe half her food. Keep in mind, you control the amount of food. It's cooked by the cafeteria staff buffet style. She could easily take less and kind of plays with it with her fork when she's done, aka eating half of it, but sometimes less. I didn't say anything for a while, but a few weeks ago I had to ask her why she always only ate half her food. She seemed a bit embarrassed, but then she said she thought she was more hungry and laughed it off. I then asked her why she made this mistake every time we ate and that she must have learned by now. She didn't really answer and left pretty quickly. She doesn't really show up that much anymore, but when she does, she still eats like this, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. I asked her once again and also asked her if her parents never told her not to play with her food. It was a genuine question. Some people are raised in households where manners are not important, but obviously they are for most people. She got really mad and told me to stop commenting on her eating habits. That was none of her business. I told her it absolutely was, since she's sitting at our table and obviously wasting food. She told me to go frick myself and left and threw out the rest of her food again. After she left, one of my friends told me to leave her alone, as it seemed like she's having a hard time. And maybe had some sort of issue with food. Yeah, obviously she has an issue with food. She keeps wasting it. She hasn't shown up again. I'm assuming she buys her own food now, which might teach her not to waste it, so that's good. The same friend who told me to leave her alone keeps pestering me to apologize to her, but I think she should apologize to me. She's unnecessarily rude when... I gotta take a different tone here. She's unnecessarily rude when being asked the most basic and obvious questions, and also told me to go frick myself. That's way more harsh than anything I've ever told her. Keep in mind that I care a lot about food waste and the environment. Am I the asshole? Okay, I'm the asshole. Sorry, I'm not studying to be an eating disorder specialist. I looked up stuff about her and I'm realizing I was too harsh. I'll apologize next time I see her and try not to be so condescending. But also, in the same breath, you guys should follow your own advice. If people genuinely don't know something, you should tell them nicely instead. And I realized I should have tried to educate her nicely and not have commented at all about how she was eating. Yes, I was mean to her and should have been nice, but you should have been nicer when telling me not to be mean, you hypocrites. Yeah, I mean, this is just mind your own business. I'm not going to insinuate that, like, the person has an eating disorder. She might, but, like... what do I know? Maybe she just is like, ooh, that looks good, that looks good, that looks good. And then she eats a little bit and she's like, I'm full. Maybe you should mind your own business and realize that, wasting food deliberately is like, it's not a good habit, but at the same time, we got bigger problems and you should mind your own business, you psycho. That's basically it. -2? What are you talking about, -2? Nobody on earth should waste food. When you buy a family-sized bag of Doritos, It's a net societal good to eat the whole bag of Doritos and not, even though it's probably contributing to ill health. That's not the same. What do you mean it's not the same? This is a 70-year-old lady at Whole Foods. I eat a whole burrito bowl. It's probably 1,100 calories or something. 70-year-old lady is like, you should really eat that burrito bowl. Kate doesn't want to eat the burrito bowl. She's full. What am I supposed to do? Eat an extra 550 calories I don't need just so she can go home? You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to be like, okay, I'll take it home. I'm going to take that shit home. I'm going to throw it in our compost instead of the compost at the grocery store. I'm not going to eat more than I need to eat just to make a stranger feel good about themselves. I love having leftovers too. I ate my whole burrito bowl. Her quarrel was not with me. My quarrel was with her. You should just mind your own business. Me on the highway, roll down your window. Hey, I saw you driving 71 kilometers an hour. Did you know that statistically speaking, the most fuel efficient speed that you could possibly drive is actually around 63? I really care about the environment. Unlike some people, you could actually be saving milliliters of gasoline every single year, which, I mean, I know it's not a lot, but it adds up. Okay, thank you. You're coming at the wrong, you're blaming the wrong people for the right problems. Especially with gas prices these days. Have you ever tried Costco poutine? You son of a bitch, I'm back. I have tried Costco poutine. It's very good. The end. Hang on, I'm trying to find a good one. Am I the asshole for telling my daughter I won't attend her wedding? Whew. Am I the asshole for calling out my sister for not making her wedding accessibility friendly for family? Am I the asshole for hiding my pregnancy and showing up to my sister's baby shower? Am I the asshole for saying my sister doesn't have to dictate what I do in my own home after she insisted on setting the table for dinner? There we go. That's my tempo. Update, using a throwaway. I'm the eldest of 8 siblings. This concerns... Wait, hold on. Pump the brakes. 8 kids? That's TLC show level. I'm the eldest of 8 siblings. This concerns my youngest sister, Elena. There's a 20-year difference between the oldest and the youngest. That's crazy. Oz, your parents must be like insanely tired. They did it to themselves. It's not like it was an accident. But like I can't help but have some degree. Well, you know what? I don't have a degree of sympathy. Because when you talk to like a normal parent, you're always like, how are you doing? And they're like, I'm kind of tired, but I'm having a good time. Whenever you see like one of those TLC shows where they have like 15 kids, they're like, they're all a blessing. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You're tired. Don't pretend. They just bring so much joy to your life. Yeah, sure, of course they do. But at the same time, like, how are you doing? Not from like the sense of creating like a legacy, but how are you doing? How do you feel today? Talk to me like a human being, not like I'm, writing the next chapter in the New Testament or something. Elena's staying with us for 4 months because she started at a new college and she needs some time to sort out housing. She's been here for a couple of weeks so far. Last night she made dinner for everyone. She said she wanted to. That's nice. The way dinner usually works in our household is I dish up the food, then my kids take it to their rooms to eat. We obviously... Whoa, really? Anybody, this is just not the way we do dinner in my house. So it seems weird to me to have your kids all eat a dinner separately in your own rooms. We all eat at the table together. The baby watches her iPad. Kate watches something on the iPad and I look at my phone. It's family dinner. We have to spend some time together, okay? +2, +2. We don't have to, wait, this is just more convenient for us as we don't have to spend time setting the table every day. How much, this is like when people tell me they like don't wipe their ass because it saves them 15 seconds. And then you're like, yeah, but you have a shitty ass. And then they're like, oh, it adds up. It adds up. It literally doesn't add up. Like you can't take that 15 seconds and then add it to other 15-second intervals. You just get the 15 seconds. And we can eat at different times. Also, by different times, I don't mean someone eats at 7 p.m. and someone eats at 3 a.m. It's just a small gap. I know this isn't for everyone, and that's okay, but this is what works for our family. That's fine. It's not the way I would do it, but... So last night, she made fried dumplings, orange chicken, fried rice, and chocolate cake for dessert. I went into the kitchen to thank her and saw her setting the table. I told Alina she doesn't need to do that, and we'll take the food from the pot. My 13-year-old started saying she was hungry, so I went to get food since everything was done. But Alina stopped me and said to wait a few minutes and we'll eat together. Again, I told her that's not how it really works here. One of my kids is hungry now, but my 16-year-old usually eats a bit later. Alina, sorry. It's not like piss. You don't have to be hungry to eat. Like it's a little bit more like a fuel tank, you know? Even if your gas tank's not empty, if you put in 20 liters, it takes you up to the fill line, you know? You can top it up. It's not like you can't eat if you're not hungry. If you're full, you probably can't eat, but like I don't understand why she's making it so weird. Alina then said she was going to serve the dumplings first, then chicken and rice, and cake after. I repeated to her again, we can get the main food at once, cake later. If anyone wants seconds, we'll come and get it. It's fine. She looked upset and said she wants to have a nice dinner together and involve the kids. I had enough at this point, so I told her I know my kids and family. She doesn't have to dictate what we do in my home. My husband saw what was going on and told Alina thanks, but we know how to serve ourselves. She eventually understood, but was acting sulky and giving me the cold shoulder this morning. Yes, you're the asshole. It's just like it doesn't make you a horrible person. It just makes you like kind of weird. Someone else cooked a nice meal for you. Get your family together and all eat it together. And then like your kid, you got a 16-year-old kid. Your 16-year-old kid can help everybody else take the dishes out into the sink and somebody can wash, somebody can dry. Maybe that when you do when you share the labor, that it gets done faster and it scales proportional to the amount of food that's being served. You didn't have to cook. Now, the catch if you don't, I mean, there's a few catches if you don't cook. You don't cook what you want to cook, so you might not be eating what you want to eat for that night, and that's the price you pay to be the person who doesn't spend the day in the hot kitchen, right? And you also don't get to choose when it's done. It's done when they finish it. You ever like go out to a restaurant with your kids? Are you like, hey, we'll take like 6 shake burgers to go, divvy them up in the car, and then everybody takes it up to their room or something? I don't understand. You're the asshole. Your sister made a 3-course meal. Listen. I don't want to get stuck in the weeds here. Maybe I'll leave it at that. I don't. If you could, all I'm trying to say is that if you get this, you could get it on a combo plate at Panda Express. That doesn't necessarily. It wouldn't be what I would think of as a 3-course meal. Is it 3 separate foods served at separate times? Yes. Is it a traditional, like a amuse-bouche, appetizer, a second, maybe a soup or a salad course, then an entree? Maybe a dessert followed by a digestif? I don't think so, but sorry. I'm just trying to say it's orange chicken. Like when you go to McDonald's and you're in the drive-thru and they give you your drink first and then they give you your fries and then they're like the chicken will just be a second. That's not a 3-course meal because all the food came in at different times, okay? I don't know why I'm choosing this hill to die on. You're the asshole. This is her way of showing appreciation, and you kind of threw it back in her face. Also, teaching your children some really bad habits with eating, they'll carry this behavior on, and that will cause issues with them in the future outside of your walls. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it's maybe a little too much. What's a bad habit? Eating by yourself is a bad habit? I think you should have a time every day where the family gets together and socializes with one another. I think that's good for the family unit. That being said, learning to eat by yourself is goated. I love going to a restaurant by myself. It's easier now than it's ever been. I used to go to and people that are my age will tell you, my age or older, I should say. Sometimes you would just walk into a restaurant. They would have like a pile of newspapers on like a bench. You would just grab one and be like table for one. Catch my ass reading like the culture section of the Globe and Mail in 2006. Now that you got a smartphone, I mean, it's like eating alone is even more goated. I mean, eating with others is cool too, but you get to pick the restaurant. You can order whatever you want. As soon as you're done, you can leave. You don't have to wait for someone else to finish, or like sometimes you're eating with people and you're like, do you want to go? And they're like, oh, I'm just relaxing. And you're like, wouldn't you rather relax at home than inside of this restaurant here? You're the asshole, you and your husband. You're completely ungrateful for what your sister was trying to do, and I expect she was greatly upset. I mean, yeah, you're the asshole. Like, I don't know. I don't need to read any more comments here. She cooked you a meal, and then you're like, okay, let's divvy it up and then go eat it all in our rooms alone together. There was an update? Yeah, but I hate the updates because they're never like, everyone told me that I was the asshole, but I decided, nope, I'm not. The updates are always like, thank you guys for your comments, even though some of you were very mean. I chose to examine my own actions, and I apologized to my sister, and then I cooked a meal for us, and we all ate it together. Like, it's always like reconciliation. That's literally the update. She doubles down. All right. All right, I'll go check it. I hope it better, because you better go completely psychotic here. Update. Flashbang out. The update has 0 upvotes. Top comment. You're still the asshole. Your update makes it even worse. It's pretty early in the morning, but I'm up and wanted to post an update. Couldn't reply to all the comments, but I'll cover some questions that people were asking here. First, thanks to the comments who were kind. I knew even before I posted, a bunch of people would gloss over the question I was even asking and try to jump on the fact that we have our dinner separately. As I mentioned, I know this doesn't work for everyone. That's fine. This is what works for us. I don't neglect my kids. They're happy, healthy teens. Okay? A lot of comments about what we do at restaurants. We eat at restaurants how everyone eats at restaurants. My home isn't a restaurant, so we eat here how we eat at home. Some comments saying Alina wanted to make dinner because she was feeling lonely. No, she said she wanted to make a meal because she had some news to share. That's even worse. It really is even worse. I never ask her to make food, do any chores, etc. She's free to do as she wishes. I did have a chat with Alina that we appreciated the meal, but she's been here for a few weeks already and knows very well what our eating routine is like. I did apologize for a misunderstanding on my part, but having dinner exactly the way she wants, with my whole family and then just her, isn't the only form of appreciation. We all told her the food was delicious because it was, and that should be enough. She seemed to understand and said okay, but was still a little quiet around us, so I think I'll let her cool off for a bit. Yeah, you're just you didn't learn anything. You're right. This was a good update to go back to. It's a classic. You learn nothing, Jon Snow. Yeah, what do you mean let her cool off? She's not heated. She's about as heated as the orange chicken was. Doesn't even make sense. Am I the asshole? Would I be the asshole for not inviting my poly friends' partners to the wedding? Marissa is in a poly relationship and she has 3 partners: Greg, Brandon, and Ace. How do you, I mean, I just never even thought about it. You know what? Maybe plus ones are an antiquated concept. Maybe you got to have like a plus X. Now you still only get 1. But like when you, well, because Reddit is all about King Solomon type fairness. I think that if they have to choose their favorite partner, that's not kosher. What they have to do is be invited to a number of weddings that is equivalent to the number of partners, and then bring each of the partners to a different wedding. Otherwise, you're being a bad partner and you should break up with the one that you're not going to bring. How does that strike you? The only solution is you have to have 3. If they have 3 partners and you're only going to give them a plus 1, you have to have 3 weddings. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend to go and ask to be adopted by the couple she's so obsessed with? Huh? How old is your girlfriend? Info, how old is your girlfriend? Is she 6? And like living in foster care? Is she an adult? Wait a minute. What happened to the post here? There it is. My girlfriend Katie made a new friend a few months ago. Mary. Katie talked about her a lot. Mary said this, did that, started teaching her something, etc. I thought it was a bit weird how much Katie seemed to look up to Mary, but I didn't think much of it until Mary's husband Joe entered the picture too. From then on, Katie talked about their relationship all the time, how they do things, how they divide the chores, how respectful they are to each other. Oh, red flag. Basically, how they are just the best couple ever. I've met them and they honestly seem like nothing special, maybe even a bit on the boring side. Yesterday evening, Katie was once again going on about them, saying things like Mary and Joe are true soulmates. Theirs is the healthiest relationship she'd ever seen, blah, blah, blah. I had a really fucking long day at work, so I told her I don't want to hear about them. I don't care about her creepy crush on this random-ass couple. But if she likes them so much, she should go and ask them to adopt her or ask if she can be their third. Katie then gave me the cold shoulder and left to go home to her apartment instead of sleeping at my place like she was supposed to. I need to know if I'm right and her obsession is creepy, or if I'm not seeing something right and I'm the asshole here. Update. She finally texted me back. She wrote a long-ass message. Chicks, dude. She wrote a long-ass message saying she tried everything with me and she thought if she was patient and clear about her needs, I'd eventually change for her. But she realized, thanks to Mary and Joe, it's not her job to raise a man and get her boyfriend to respect her. She wrote a lot of other things about Mary, too, like she's truly proud of her husband and looks up to him. Meanwhile, Katie can't find it in herself to look up to me in anything and so on. So yeah, I hope you're happy. You got what you wanted. This is bait. Fair enough. I hate that there's never like a top post that's like, this is made up. Am I the asshole for refusing to punish my son for calling his classmates' food weird? Mods don't allow it? Ah, it's an inside job. IF32 got a private text this morning from the mother of my son's classmate. She told me apparently my son has been calling her daughter's traditional lunch weird and things as such, and apparently that is making her daughter feel uncomfortable and insecure. She asked me to please talk to my son about being more sensitive so her daughter doesn't feel excluded. Okay, seems normal. Now I feel for this woman as a fellow mother. No one wants to see their child feeling sad. But in my son's defense, the lunch was a little goofy. Overcoming insecurities is a big part of growing up. Me, when my child is bullying another child. Have you ever considered that overcoming your insecurities is a big part of growing up? Additionally, I thought it was ridiculous of her to criticize my son as a 7-year-old for making relatively innocuous and curious, albeit culturally insensitive comments about food that is not familiar to him. He's at a curious age and he's discovering how it feels to make someone else feel bad with personal attacks. I refuse to try and limit him and shut him down for not having the emotional sensitivity of an adult. Politely, I told the mother I was sorry her daughter was struggling with insecurities. I found some online parenting articles about building your child's confidence to send to her so she could use some tips to help her daughter out. She replied and said I was acting completely shamelessly and disgracefully, and I am not able to text her anymore. Am I the asshole? Yeah. Probably bait again, if I had to guess, but yeah, that's really bad. You should never send anyone an article. Even if you're friends with someone, never send me a link to an article. If you want to introduce something from an article, do not send me the link. Just write, hey, did you see relevant information? Even if it's made up, I'm never going to check the source. I'm not clicking on your link. I'm sorry. I'm not able to text her anymore. She got blocked. Hey, did you see the cure for baldness? I'll just lie and say, yep, pretty cool. Also, food being weird. I mean, like it's in danger of being like too. I'm fishing for base. But I go back to the Tokyo Drift comment that Lil Bow Wow said. It's all based on your frame of reference. Lil Bow Wow says Japanese food is like the U.S. military. Don't ask, don't tell. Literally, like the classic example of Japanese food is like rice and vegetables and maybe like some soup and like a fillet of fish that looks like a fish. It hasn't been like processed and turned into like a perfect rectangle that's breaded with like breadcrumbs, right? It's just like it's literally just the food looks like what it is. So I like processed food. I'll eat some garbage. I'll eat some frozen food you could just chuck in the air fryer. I'll eat a frozen pizza now and then and stuff like that. But like North American food is kind of fucking weird. Like it's way weirder to eat a piece of fried fish from the frozen food section than it is to eat like a mackerel or something like that looks like a fish. How is it weirder to eat the thing as it is, which is food, than to like, oh, we put 10,000 tilapia into a big vat and then like process them. We like mill them up and chunk them up and then extrude them into perfect rectangles and then like have an industrial egg wash, spray them with egg yolk and then the bread crumb. You get the idea. It's not weird. Now that being said, is there some weird are there some weird Japanese, Korean foods? I'm sure there's weird foods in every culture. I can't really get down with the natto in Japan, but I don't think that the kid was bringing I mean, they might have been bringing natto to school, but and the weirdest food for me in Korea is not to again just pander to my audience, but it's the stuff that has the American influence from like the 1950s when the soldiers came over for the Korean War. Like 95% of Korean soups, I'm like, this is delicious. And then like 5% of them, they're like, this has American cheese, Spam, Vienna sausages, and ketchup in it. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Here's what you do, okay? You get a beautiful fish stock, okay? You boil it. You put in a blend of locally grown herbs and spices. You add a beautiful pork backbone with all the meat in between the spinal joints, and then the pièce de résistance, 3 cans of Heinz baked beans in sauce, and you just pour that right over the top. No, thank you. That's too much for me. I do like Spam, though. Am I the asshole for smoking next to a pregnant woman at a concert? Yes. in pretty much all circumstances. Yesterday, I went out to see a concert. The band I was seeing had a very heavy drug scene associated with it. I was in an assigned seat section and made small talk with the couple next to me while waiting. About 10 minutes into the first set, I light up a joint, and 5 minutes after, the husband complains to me about his wife being pregnant. I told them both, "Relax, sweetie. Tell your baby it's a concert. You came here, you can choose to leave." He tried to cause a scene, but nothing happened since I just ignored them both and danced. I told both my roommates this earlier today. They said I was being an asshole for smoking next to the pregnant lady. Am I the asshole here? Yes. Absolutely. It depends on the band. I didn't want to say it, but I do think there is. I mean, if you are like, if you're pregnant and you go see like a Snoop Dogg show or something like that, and then people are lighting up joints and you're like, can you please put that out? I think they should put it out, but I also think that you shouldn't have gone to the concert. Like you should have known in advance that that was not that was not a good idea. I still think you should put it out. But I think that the person who put it out could then complain about it after. It's like the chain of assholery. Am I the asshole for telling people not to smoke at a Snoop Dogg concert because I'm pregnant? Yes, I think you would be the asshole if you... Yeah, precisely. It's like asshole ping pong. It was the Wiggles. Bro, that's why you just have like half an edible before you go in. You think my ass could deal with a 42-minute long Wiggles concert without some kind of therapy? Beep, beep, chugga, chugga, big red car. We travel here and we travel far. First, cut up the banana. Then... Anyway, you get the idea. Am I the asshole for saying I don't want to die when a girl said she could spot me? This is just funny. I don't know if this is real, but I want to take a look at least. I don't want to die. In the gym, yeah, not like spot them with your eyes. Earlier today, I was benching in my school's gym. I usually don't go on Tuesdays, but I'm trying to throw in some more work throughout the week. Nobody cares. There wasn't really anybody I know for real when I was up there, so when I needed a spot, I just called out to no one in particular asking for a spot. The first person to say something is this girl who I knew would be no help. Now, not a beat after she finishes saying she can spot me, I say, "I'm not trying to die today." She had this offended look on her face, and I was like, "Can you deadlift 315? She ain't say nothing, and I said, "That's what I thought." I get somebody else to spot me and go on and finish my workout. When I'm walking about trying to get to my car to go home, she comes up to me and starts jawing about how I was sexist and all that I was disrespectful just because she's a girl and I should apologize for being misogynistic. That's not true at all. I just knew she wouldn't be able to do anything if I were to fail the rep. When I'm doing a hard workout, I do tend to be short with people, so maybe I could be a little more polite, but I don't think I did anything wrong. I know I did something wrong, but I still think that I didn't do anything wrong. Am I the asshole? Well, yeah, you're the asshole. Because, like, you didn't have to accept her spot, but you could have just said, "No, thank you," or something like that. She might still take offense, but, like, if you say, "I'm not trying to die today," she is taking offense, like, deservedly. If you just said no thanks, then that's like, if she takes offense, that's more of her problem. Also, don't you have doesn't every gym at this point have the bench set up where you put the safety bars on so you can't really drop the bar onto your chest? No? Why not? No, not a Smith machine. I'm like the security bars. Because we're broke? It's two metal rods in a warehouse full of metal rods and metal circles. What do you mean it's expensive? It's the whole building is filled with metal bars. I mean, if you're going to the gym by yourself, you gotta have the metal bars. I failed the squat rep once and thought I was gonna die, but the metal bars probably saved me from like maybe breaking my back. Because all you do is you bail out, and then it makes an incredibly loud sound on the safety bars, and then everybody in the gym looks at you like you're an asshole, and you're like, sorry for almost dying. Sorry, I almost shattered my spine trying to get healthy. People look at you like, what's that asshole doing? Oh, just trying not to fracture every vertebrae in my body. I don't know. He's definitely the asshole. Why are you lifting weight you can't handle? I mean, I wasn't. I just had to bail on the rep. It's not like I'm used to squatting 250 and I was like, let's do 450 as a joke. It's like a set of 6. I went down for number 6 and my legs were like, you thought you were doing something special today, didn't you? Why are you crashing your car? My strategy for I don't have to put on a seatbelt because I simply choose not to crash my car. I don't know. Some people apparently choose to crash their car, and I guess those people would need seatbelts, but accidents don't happen to me. You're the asshole. You don't need to deadlift 315 to spot someone. It would help, though. You're the asshole. I bench press significantly more than you, and I've let girls spot me before. On a normal set, if you know your limits, the spotter should never have to apply more than 10 to 20 pounds of force to the bar, even if you were going for a max attempt. Owned. You know what the great part about the internet is you can just lie. He may or may not bench press significantly more than the OP, but you could just say that to make your point stronger. What are they going to do? Like make you film it? You're the asshole. She does not need to lift the total weight, and no one here believes you were benching 300 plus. She just needs to be able to lift 20 to 40, which I'm sure she's capable of. You're the asshole. I don't get what deadlifting 315 has to do with spotting someone's bench. Were you benching 315? I doubt it. Anyway, a bench spot. Yeah, okay. Listen, we all understand the kinematics at this point, I would say. Yes, well, I bench 570 pounds, and I think he's not the asshole. I think that he was right, and she was the asshole for even suggesting to spot him. Am I the asshole for telling my nephew the truth that nobody in the family likes him? This involves me, my sister Diana, and her son Darius, 10 male. Oh, man. Am I the asshole for not acting impressed by my wife's so-called accomplishment? My 28 male wife, 26F, and I have been married for close to 7 years. We currently have 5 kids together, 6M, 4M, 3F, and my wife gave birth to fraternal twins, son and daughter, a year and a half ago. See, this, if you had 2 kids and then you had triplets, you would have my sympathy. But 3 kids and then you had twins, in for a penny, you're in for a pound. You did it to yourself. I've revoked my sympathy card. My wife intended to graduate high school the year we got married. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just not a situation I'm familiar with. No, nobody in my high school graduating class was married. Except, I guess, like the teachers probably. But that doesn't mean that none of them had babies. A couple of them had children, okay? But none of them were married. Like, some accidents had happened, but nobody was like, we're starting a family. You know, you're 17, 18 years old. Don't be ridiculous. You just got your driver's license like 12 months earlier. My dad had given me an investor relations type role at his company, so we were traveling a lot. And then after that, our kids needed our attention. After our twins were born, my wife was bedridden for longer than we and even the doctors expected. Since we had to hire extra hands to do the childcare tasks that involved mobility, my wife had some time on her hands. Her mother told her that her friend who proctors at a testing center said they give GED tests basically every week, at least across the state of Ohio, and that she should dust off her general education knowledge. She started browsing her laptop and decided to enroll in a GED prep class. It seems she was better at self-paced learning than classroom learning because the stuff they were testing her on came way easier to her now than it did then, even though she's been away from structured classroom instruction for many years now. Did I say Ohio instead of Idaho? My mistake. I got Ohio on the brain. I've never been to Idaho, but I have been to slightly eastern Washington. They've got some good Costco's out there. Even after she was back on her feet, she'd be studying for it after she dropped the older two off to their respective schools. I would see that she was studying for it, and it looked pretty rudimentary, and I knew that getting a GED basically means nothing, and that she probably wouldn't be able to apply it to anything career-wise or commit full-time to community college, where I doubt the job prospects for students are that great right now either. Wow, just like, what the, why? Why do this to yourself, man? What's the, hey, I saw you were getting your GED. I wouldn't bother because it's like you're probably not going to become a rocket scientist or anything anyway. So my wife ended up taking the test, and the other day she bounded into the room and said, "Yes, I passed. I knew she would since she was doing well on the practice tests, and the GED consistently tests on the same rudimentary topics. I did not gripe at her. That's big of you. But merely nodded at her and went back to answering an important email from a client. My wife seemed to get upset, and I asked her what was wrong. She said I didn't seem that excited. I said it's great she passed, but I've been telling her it was easy and no big deal, but if she needed something to prove herself, she knew high school concepts. I guess the money was well spent. She got even more upset and said she worked very hard and this was an essential building block to being able to start a career, which is true. Am I the asshole? My wife passed her GED, but she wasn't exactly graduating from college and wouldn't be for at least 15 years. I just didn't see any immediate applicability to her test, but you're in investor relations? Don't you gotta, like, be nice to people. This is crazy. He's a Nepo baby? I don't know, like, because, I mean, investor relations, I guess that means that his dad is high up at, like, a public company, reasonably high up at a public company. But isn't, like, investor relations, don't you just deal with people sending you emails that are like, hey, can you give us your 10K for the last 5 years or something like that? Yes, if that. And then probably like for the last 2 years, getting like a lot of emails from people asking, what the float is and what's the percentage of the shares that are loaned out to shorts right now, and do you guys support what they're doing with the dark pools and so on and so forth. Maybe it was harder in the last couple of years. I love Chibley's tweet, by the way, where there was the guy who got hacked and lost all his NFTs because he was trying to play Dookie Dash on his laptop. And then Chib just quote tweeted it and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Dookie Dash loads just fine for me. That's an incredible tweet. I didn't like it. I didn't want to get people in my mentions, but that's just the perfect reply. You're the asshole, a major asshole. Your wife is trying to look after 5 children. Yeah, okay, he's an asshole. He's the most insane man of all time. Your wife did something, important, and you literally went like this? Like, you think your email is harder than getting a GED? Literally, like, for at least 30% of the population, getting a high school diploma is the hardest thing they'll ever do in their life. It's pretty close for me, except I did some harder things in university. I'm part of like the 40% of society where the hardest thing I ever did in university was like a class in 3rd year or 4th year or something. And then from that point onwards, they're like, here's a piece of paper. Now you can relax. Now all you got to do is wake up on time, like most days, and, don't be like a fucking weirdo at work, and then, pay your bills on time. And that's pretty much it. For a lot of the population, people are like, Nothing's going to be harder than like 12th grade English class. And then the rest of their life is just drive into the grocery store and then they're like, give me $100 for your food. And then you're like, this is $100. And they're like, okay, now you can go home. No way. My job is hard. How hard could it be? Come on. Listen, I've been to many general practitioners, okay? There's doctors in my family. I think that most of the doctors would probably say that med school and like residency was harder than actually being a doctor. Because it seems like being a doctor is just looking at something, asking a couple questions, and then going, there's two paths. I guess there's three. You're dying. We're going to admit you to the hospital right now. I'm going to refer you to a specialist. Enjoy getting a call or an email in 3 months to 10 years. Or the third one is just, well, we'll just keep an eye on it. And it feels like that's like maybe 85% of them. I'm uncomfortable with the amount of +2s I'm getting here. A lot of people are giving me +2s here. I'm a nuclear engineer and high school math is tougher than most of my job. I mean, they really, like, you. This is going to sound a little crazy. Maybe this is my craziest take. I'm not even sure I believe in it yet, but let's figure it out on the fly. I think a high school diploma overqualifies you for most jobs. Now, that being said, I think being 18 when you graduate leaves you very underqualified for most jobs because you don't have like much life experience. So I think it's cool that there's like, you know, you can spend a little bit more time seasoning as your personality. But like, admittedly, this is based on my own experience. But I was definitely as qualified to be an ESL teacher after graduating from high school as I was graduating from university with a degree in biology. I was a database administrator briefly, which basically involved asking Stack Overflow questions whenever I got stuck and then taking someone else's code and then copying it into my own database. Nothing I learned in college helped me out there. And I feel like most like white collar office jobs, there's like a little bit of spreadsheet work, but isn't most of it just like replying to emails on time and nicely? I'm not, listen, if you work as like if you're the dude who mans the periscope on a nuclear submarine, if you're making the flight tables for the new rocket that's got to shoot a satellite into orbit, that's like a different story. But if you're just like, yeah, I work at an office, isn't it a lot? Like, after 8th grade, you're probably pretty much good to go, right? You learn how to use Outlook or something like that, and then you learn how to talk to people with some respect, and then you're solid, I think. Maybe not 8th grade, but I couldn't do my job without college. Okay, well, you're probably, in my personal opinion, you're probably in the minority. And that's actually like a good sign for you. College is actually like a huge detriment to my job. It's worked out for me, which is nice, but honestly, I feel like I'd be doing a lot better if I was like a little stupider. Anytime I see an enormous streamer on this platform, they're usually doing or saying like the dumbest shit of all time, and everybody in chat is like, facts, facts. Here's 1,000 gifted subscriptions. That's so true. And I'm like, well, I don't agree with them, but also I haven't lived their life, so it's possible that if we had the same experiences and the same upbringing, I might not have my personal opinion. I might lean a little bit more towards their personal opinion. People are like, what a nuanced take. I'm gonna go watch somebody play Fortnite. Anyway, Rex Mechanica, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Maybe that's it for React Court here today. Am I the asshole for wait, one more? Am I the asshole for asking my girlfriend to leave the house for 6 to 7 hours every day? Throwaway because girlfriend is a Redditor. I, 24M, am Canadian and have been in the US for 10 months, where I have been living with my American girlfriend for 7 of them. My time in the US is almost up, and I'm stressing about having to return to Canada. For one, my family is reliant on me to make money to support my grandma and pay for her medical support. This can happen in Canada. It's still, I know you're like, wait, I thought we had public health care. It happens sometimes. Yeah, we cover some things, but not other things. She might need like a live-in nurse or something like that. She might need shortest horror story ever written. My girlfriend is a Redditor. Oh man, that's a +2. I also want to earn money to give my girlfriend. Okay, weird. That's not the way you do it. We don't like we don't phrase it like that, at least. I want to make money to give my girlfriend. Why is it weird? It's common in relationships that there is an exchange of material assets, but it's usually considered kind of gauche to be like, here's some money for being my girlfriend. You could be, and I'm not saying it could be the other way, to be fair as well, but you know, like buy a gift or something like that. You're like, here's a nice gift to show my appreciation, take you out for a nice meal or something like that. But it's to be like, here's your salary to show my appreciation is a little weird. Overanalyzing? What do you mean overanalyzing? I also want to earn money to give my girlfriend. That's just weird. Also, because they've been dating for like 10 months, or they've been living together for 7 months. It's just a little strange. It's not weird at all. It's kind of weird. Like, I've been married to my wife for like 9 years or something. There have been times where I've given her money, but I do feel like kind of weird even then. Like before she went to Korea, I was like, here's some petty cash to, so you're not stressed about money on the trip. Even then I was like, is this okay? Am I being a bad person? Like, is there an implication here that I'm not comfortable with? And we've been married for 9 years. Anyway, she didn't complain. Because I have so many side hustles going on to earn money, I admittedly don't spend a lot of time with my girlfriend, but I've always been open with her that I am not able to give her a lot of attention right now, even though I love her more than anything. My girlfriend lost her job last month, and okay, here we go. My girlfriend lost her job last month, and as a result has been at the house more often. We live in a 1-bedroom and split the rent evenly. She understands that I'm busy all day and night, but I don't like when she's sitting in the same room as me. Even her presence is distracting to me. She will try to start conversations, and she's not the cleanest. So I would ask her to go to the bedroom for the day while I worked in the living room at my desktop. She was okay with that for a few weeks, but began to complain that she was stuck in the bedroom. She says that since she's paying half the rent, she has every right to be where she wants to be in the house. I agree. So after a few big fights, we agreed she would leave the house during the day, and I would leave the house at night. Yeah, this is honestly, I think you should propose. I think there's only one way to solve this. You should just go to Starbucks. I mean, I'm going to be honest, it sounds like you should just chill out a little bit. I get you, like you're doing something, like you're busy, and someone's trying to have a conversation with you. That can be a little annoying. I think what you do is you say, you humor the conversation for like 2 minutes, and then you say, okay, I really need to get this work done now. And then they take the hint. And then you just get the work done. You don't need to be like, 9 to 5 is my shift with the house, and 5 to 1 is your shift with the house. Like that's crazy. I get that they each pay 50%, but that's like it's madness. Well, now she's upset that she's spending all day out of the house. Her car was in an accident last month. Passive voice doing a lot of heavy lifting there. The car, it wasn't her. The car just happened to be in. Well, you know what? Maybe she didn't cause the accident. Maybe the car got hit. I would still say she was in a car accident, but anyway. Info. Did she crash? Could have been parked, you're right. Maybe he crashed it. Maybe it was driving itself. These are questions we have to ask ourselves in 2023. So she's been going to do work in the boba shop by our house. Before anyone asks, I'm not able to do the work I do during the day outside of the house, which is why I leave in the evening. I feel like I love when people are like, I know what you're going to ask, and then they answer a question that fucking nobody was thinking at all. I know you were going to ask, why don't you leave the house during the day so that your girlfriend can have the house to herself? Because you guys are so in love. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Today, my friend was over and sitting on the couch. Whoa, so you're not too busy to spend a little time with your friend, but your girlfriend, she deserves the world. Her presence just even sitting there is a nuisance to you. Where my girlfriend usually eats lunch. I say couch, but it's really an oversized love seat. I know what you're asking. Even though I said it's a couch, it's really more like a love seat is 2 seats and a couch is 3+. This is more like an oversized love seat. Like it only has 2 cushions, but they're probably roughly the size of 3 cushions. My girlfriend went to go sit in her usual spot to eat lunch, but I asked her if she could eat in the kitchen instead so she would have more room to eat. She went to the kitchen, but I could tell she was pissed. When I asked her if everything was okay, she said she was tired of me controlling her. I think she's being selfish and not considering I need a certain environment to concentrate and get work done. And that I am doing all this for her and my family, and one day I'll be able to spend all the time in the world with her, which she is definitely looking forward to. But that right now I'm really grinding, and most strong relationships are built on sacrifice. Like you never seeing each other because I can't stand the sound of your voice. So am I the asshole for asking my girlfriend to accommodate my work schedule? Yes. It's just baffling to me that this was even it's a made up problem. I mean, it's like too easy to poke holes in it that it feels like you shouldn't even be poking holes in it. Obviously, everyone's like, you should just go to the library. And you're like, yeah, obviously. Like, I don't even feel like it needs to be brought up. I want someone to be like, info, what's wrong with you? Is there anything doing here? This relationship sounds like it isn't working anymore. What are you talking about? I think that this sounds like a pretty normal relationship to me where you split custody of the house where you both live in. I feel like even like married people that get divorced don't treat their ex-spouses like this while they're still cohabitating. Like if you made this post and you're like, I asked my ex-wife to leave the house for 6 hours a day, people would be like, she lives there, idiot. What are you talking about? You're right. What if you took police tape and you split the house down the middle? Now, the thing is, you have to make sure that you split each room down the middle. So I'm sure it would be like diagonal or something like that. And you know, you're right, this could be a great sitcom. Because like maybe he's got the fridge, but like she's got the microwave or something like that. So they learn that they have to work together in order to cohabitate. He's like, hey, can you pass me that leftover soup from the fridge? And then she's like, sure, can you put my macarons in the microwave for 30 seconds? And then they're sitting at the dinner table that's been divided in half, but they're like facing each other through the tape. That could be good. Who gets the toilet? Well, she gets the seat for sure, but I think he should get the bowl. Anyway, /marker. Let's react court. Speaking of toilets, I'm going to go to the toilet. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Don't lie to me, Walt. Someone said Blood Bowl 3 patches out. Game is stable now. It has like a 39% positive reviews on Steam. I'll believe it when I don't see it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I won't get fooled again. Yeah, I'm eating jerky. Yeah, it's from Costco. You got a problem? Cheap jerky? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cheap. Do you have a bidet? No, I am not a bidet hater. But I'm not one of those people who's like, when I used the bidet for the first time, it changed my life. It's just a different way to Different. I don't mind wiping, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it's better. But for me, I got no problem with wiping. Must not have a hairy ass. Are you new here? It's simple. If you don't have a bidet, you just have to change your wiping a little bit. Some people will say you have to wipe till you stop seeing brown. If you really want to be clean, you have to wipe until you start seeing red. On the paper, like not, it would in your eyes. But I feel like this is a Chibli stream now. I'm like, what the hell am I gonna play? Give me a second. Let's go to Steam. Let's see what's popping off on Steam lately. Caroline's Fantasies. That looks good. Sort by, you know what? Take me to Steam 250. Maybe it's time for the Hogwarts Legacy 100% playthrough. Okay, top games this year. Sorry, this week. Octopath Traveler 2. I'm going to say I believe it, but I don't see it happening. Toho Hero of Ice Fairy. No shot. Limbus Company. A tactical RPG. No shot. Noesis 2, and then a bunch of text I don't understand. A bunch of text I don't understand. Magic Tower and Maidens. Elon Plug. Diary of Lucy. Phantom Brigade. Okay, we played that one. Voltaire the Vegan Vampire. A Sex Slave's Love Story. Rochelle. Rumbleverse. So true, we can play Rumble. Oh, no! That's true. We should play that Konami Switch baseball game. Hang on. Nintendo Switch new games. Nintendo Switch new releases from the My Nintendo store. Sort by new, please. What day is today? It's March the 2nd. Power Wash Simulator. Odd Ballers. SpongeBob SquarePants. The Cosmic Shake. Floppy Nights. I don't want to go off on a rant here, but does anybody else think that the Switch new releases list is just here's games that came out on Steam 15 months ago? Yep. I did get an email that said a game on your wish list has gone on sale. It's called I Am Your President. I Am Your President. Mixed reviews. That's not a surprise. These games are all made by Playway, which is like they make all the simulator games. Car Mechanic Simulator, Prison Simulator, Inmate Simulator, Guard Simulator, Chemist Simulator, Weed Simulator. I saw other streamers play it. It looks kind of fun. That hurts. It hurts. Alt F4 demo is out. It's true. I just think it would give me motion sickness. I watched Chib play a little bit of it, and I was like, I think it would give me motion sickness. My wife just said, "Do it, puss." I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna get nauseous for the rest of the day just to play the Alt F4 demo. I'm not saying no to everything. I'm just waiting for the perfect thing to say yes to. What is Patch Quest? Very positive reviews. In a labyrinth surrounded by vicious monsters, explorers must rely on their lasso to survive. Capture and tame any monster to leap, glide, surf, tunnel, and web sling through a treacherous patchwork maze. This roguelite Metrovania seems cute, but it's a deceptively difficult bullet hell. Gonna be honest, I'm looking at the art. I'm saying the art looks cute. I'm looking at the reviews. 98% of the 476 reviews are positive. 2 friends own this game, one of which is Daniel. Daniel's got his finger on the pulse for sure. Top review. Patch Quest is an amazing roguevania that combines gameplay from Metroidvania and the roguelite genre. Let's give it a try. I will purchase Patch Quest. Purchase for myself. I agree to the terms of the Steam subscriber agreement. How much is it? I think I paid $13.49 Canadian. It's actually pretty cheap. But I'm a little bit burned up because you can't be like a Steam executive member and get 2% cash back. Here you go, Tomo. He's Costco posting. It's true. Dude, I got it. That's right. I got to start buying Steam gift cards at Costco. Holy cow. Buy 32 games, get the 33rd free. That's genius. I'm just going to use my Costco executive membership to buy money at Costco. Infinite money glitch. I don't know why I said it like musical guest. Infinite money glitch. This is called Patch Quest. And then wake up, honey. New roguelite just dropped. Musical guest Eminem and Lil Wayne. Just lowering the volume. One of these. Patch Quest. It is capturing. Beautiful. Slash marker. Patch Quest. Wake up, honey. New Roguevania just dropped. New term to describe a roguelite just dropped. It's a Metroidvania roguelite called Patch Quest with 98% positive reviews on Steam. Just came out. Looks like you catch animals or creatures in the game in order to use their powers to defeat bullet hell type bosses. It's from Lychee Game Labs and Curve Games. I have to admit I'm unfamiliar. Gamepad recommended. I'm closing my eyes. I can't see it. And it's got a delightfully cute art style here as well. And yes, I make it a pizza. I don't pay it a taxes. I will join with the space bar. I'm ready to start. Why don't you start me up? Start a new game. See, that's me. Little offended by the lack of... Wait, no. Hang on. Hey! This game gets the bald seal of approval. I want every game's credits. You know how they always have, like, no animals were harmed. This was filmed in Australia. This was filmed in BC. This was filmed in Quebec. This was filmed in Georgia in the United States. And then they have, like, all the seals at the bottom. We should start a company that's, like, for equitable treatment of bald individuals. And we could give every media property If they give us $5,000, we give them the bald seal of approval. Nobody on this movie shaved their head. They hired only organic balds. I'm not too worried about anything else. This is like pretty close. Confirm me. Skip intro off? That's okay. We'll leave that on for now. Casual mode off. Come on. Don't insult me. Long ago, the fabric of nature was firmly stitched together. Me and my family chilling on Pangea, not realizing that under the surface of the earth is a fluid core of liquid hot magma. Until the calamity struck and these threads were cut, the world split into a million patches that scattered in the winds. Now the Explorers Guild must pin them back together. Is that what causes continental drift, by the way? And don't just say something like plate tectonics. Do the plates tecton because of the magma underneath them? Or is it like the gravitational pull of the moon or something? Earlier in the stream, I did say getting a high school diploma is harder than any aspect of streaming, so I think you know I'm not lying. Welcome, recruit. It's your first day on the job. I'm Pack, your smart backpack, and I'm going to show you the ropes. My radar is picking up an open clearing to the east. Looks like a great place to set up base camp. It's a very cute art style. Hey, 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 hey! Yeesh, we've already found a monster. Time for a crash course in monster training. Use your lasso to latch onto this beastie. Hang on. I gotcha. You've locked on. Now you need to travel in a circle around the monster. I was doing it implicitly. Hypnoth has been unlocked. Defense, flutter. Safely glide through the air, leaving clouds of dizzying dust. Activate using right click. You've tamed that monster like a pro. Every type of monster has unique skills, so remember to try out lots of mounts. It has a dash. And these probably do damage to enemies, I'd have to guess. Ooh! Fly over the mud without getting sticky. Me when I put my Bloodstones on. Okay, honestly, get smoked. Oh my gosh, this island is swarming with monsters. We can't mount them all at once. Is that a challenge? So I'm going to authorize your big guns, the Nutriblaster. This bad boy sprays soothing gloop all over monsters. Spray those monsters with gloop to take them down. Oh, baby. Enter the Gungeon and Adventureland. Wake up, honey. Enter the Gungeon and Adventureland. Had a baby with Pangea. That gloop is a juicy blend of agave nectar, cinnamon, and sleeping pills. It'll calm down even the angriest monsters, guaranteed. Anyway, our destination is a little bit further. Get off your mount. What happened to them? They can't come with me? FTL meets Elden Ring, meets new Ice Spice music video. Here it is, a flat and fertile field, the perfect place to set up base camp. Please step back. Wake up, honey. Elden Ring DLC meets Taylor Swift cheap concert tickets. Nice. This is your personal shrink tech cabin, courtesy of the guild. We shrink stuff better than anyone. Now that we've settled this island, we should give it a name. Patchlantis? No. Sorry, not even close. I'm going to say that this is going to be called Little Rock, Arkansas. Or does it look like a Greek football team name? Let's pick something else. You know what? Hey, take me back. Take me back. Take me back. Oh, that, you know what? You're right. It's not AS, it's AR. Without a comma, though, it doesn't feel right. I'm going to call this New York City 2. Awesome! New York City 2, huh? That's a pretty sweet name. So I bet you're wondering why we came here. Well, there's a rumor you should know about New York City 2. Legend has it, why it's so like mouth Mad Libs energy. His tomb is said to contain a dazzling collection of treasures. I'm not sure where the treasure is hidden, so let's start by charting a map. Oh, it could have been Cincinnati, but I don't know how to spell it reliably. It's like trying to spell embarrassment. It's ironic that I'm a little ashamed I always have to use the spell checker. Then I got to remember it's 2 R's and 2 S's. But Pedersen is 2 T's, 1 R, 2 S's. And I type that way more often. I guess we can only travel west for now. There must be a way to open these blocked paths. Me when I'm in Maine, I guess I can only travel west. Okay, let's open the treasure map. Embark to the jungle. So true, so true. Everyone's got words that are tough to spell. I'm a pretty good speller, but one of them for me is definitely embarrassment. I always have to check embarrassment. Hey, those altars weren't here before. They're radiating a strange energy. Definitely I can get. Necessary I can get. Necessary is 1 C, 2 S's, right? Accommodate gets me all the time. For some, I'm seeing a lot of people say guarantee. Guarantee, for some reason, it's 100% success in my brain. Recommend, 1 C, 2 M's. Committee gets me every time too. Anyway, luckily we don't have to spell anymore. We have Chat GPT 3. Critter Converter. Defeated hostile critters will become allies. Your mount skill cooldowns refresh twice as fast. Dismount mates. No, I don't think I will. Dismounted monsters will become an ally for a while. Let's say defeated hostile critters will become allies. Sounds good to me. And we can, this is probably, I don't know if you can even see this. I might have to move myself. There's a little arrow here. Maybe this tells us the direction that we can go. Oh, I've opened the Epic Games Store. I don't know what it tells me. That's okay. I'm moving. Oh, you know what? I can open the map. Of course, because I can only go to the west. I'm a fool. Okay. Hey! I can lasso you. And then I gotta walk around you in a circle. Okay, Help me. I can't get around you because you're sticking to the edge. There we go. Slow poke and soak proof. Right click is reflect. Go ahead, take the shot. Ooh! Okay, I should just shoot you. I have taken damage. Brings me great physical pain. I've gotten level 1 dodging plus. Torrentoise unlocked. Retreat into your shell and reflect any shots you touch. Reflected shots can hit your foes. Dude, you're right. Wake up, honey. They turned Zoms Royale into a Rogue Vania. I get sticky if I go through the mud. Just slows you down. And also possibly leads to you drowning, I guess. I'm sticky. You stick to stuff. I'll take rapid fire berries. Oh, that's like, okay, I see now. That's like our C buttons on the N64. You're shooting some spores out here. But for what purpose? Zoms Royale meets Pokemon meets Enter the Gungeon. Holy cow. I mean, I am popping off. Should probably try taming some more of the monsters. New skill unlocked. Water Geyser. Activate using left shift. The heck is going on? Is this a waypoint? Treasure isn't the only thing you'll find on New York City too. All the island's plants and minerals are also undiscovered. So discover them. Take this gadget. Shrinks wild plants and minerals, transforming them into tiny patch pins. Your pin press will charge up as you explore. Use it to collect pins. You can then capture the terrain on a pin and bring them back to base camp. To capture, just stand near a plant and press Q. Okay, I would like to stand near this plant and press Q. And then bring some explosives back to my base camp. Those are pomegranates. I'll tell you when your pin press is charged up again. Okay, well, please do. Let's go down. Let's fight a big lad. Hey. Everybody chill out. You know what? I'll just reflect it back at you even if you hit me, so I'm not scared. I mean, dash across. He's crazy. He's out of control. I would like to activate my water sprayer using left shift. Blocking plus. I'm assuming those are like RPG style stats, maybe. Riding plus. Keep it moving. Give me a left shift. He's a genius. So I'm just wrapping my head around all the mechanics right now. There's more than I expect, and I mean that in a good way. Hang on. Just keep running, keep bouncing. Hit him with the left shift. Give me some cleanse berry. We're at 31 HP. I honestly thought we started at 30. Cleanse me again. Oh, maybe that just cleanses our status, so I'm no longer sticky. I should have tried to tame you. I'd like to apologize. New skill unlock. Jet stream. Fire a pressure jet of soaking drops with the spacebar. Riding plus. Dodging plus. Okay, so these are our abilities. These are our present power-ups. I get the picture. Guy who has not gotten the complete picture yet, I get the picture. Drop your ult on him. My notes have been updated on Z. I am blasting you. You stand no chance. I should really try to tame the other one. Let's listen. Hey, afflicting plus. Let me lasso you. There we go. Dude, I'm so fast now. It's so easy to capture. Poise slug. Defense is a slide, dropping defensive slippery bubbles as you go. Danger. I am on a boss room. I should get you too. Like, this guy was good last time. Right click me? Wait, that we did a jet with our right click? We did a water jet? Help me. Help me. Reset all his buffs before the boss. Excuse me, I'm experimenting. I'm learning a little bit about the world that surrounds us. I'm getting messy and making mistakes, just like Miss Frizzle told us to. We have hit level 2. Fumigate. Spray a close-range cloud of poisonous gas. Plus, Poise Slug is in the meta right now. Yeah, see? I bet you didn't know that. I bet you didn't know that Poise Slug was the meta right now. I didn't know it either, but I inferred it due to my superior roguelike instincts. You see that dodge, by the way? Give me some poison balls. Give me some jets. Don't ever hit me or get that close to me ever again. Take some poison balls. Get blasted. I mean, you just... When you played this much Enter the Gungeon as I have, you just can't expect to stop me on boss number 1. I'm just gonna leave it at that. And look at that. Dare I say, by the way, this kind of feels a little bit like the game known as League of Legends. You're managing a number of different abilities simultaneously while moving around an environment and collecting collectibles. You're using time-based skills at their most appropriate juncture in order to strategically accomplish a goal and defeat the dire. You don't do that in League? All I know about League is you do a lot of typing. Like, as soon as the game starts, somebody goes like, I hate you, I'm gonna throw. And then you go, no, you're stupid. And then they go, please, FF. Okay, did we level? No level on our slug. I'm a little surprised. I'm a little offended. What about one of these, I know Poise Slug's the meta right now, apparently, but could you give me a little... One of these guys? One of these angry pigs? Watch this. I'm gonna use my skill to get an even faster lasso. What do you got going on you? Whoa, dude! It's crazy! Shrub Hog unlocked. Summon a defensive coat of itchy spines. Blasting plus. My favorite stat? The monsters grow stronger. You ever think about how the game is called Angry Birds? But really the pigs are the ones who should be angry because their houses keep getting knocked over? That wind sent a chill right down my circuits. I'm not sure why, but I think it signals increasing danger. The pigs are evil? I haven't seen the movie. Is that covered in the film? I haven't seen the movie because I was probably like 28 when it came out. Oh no, I've been poisoned! I was too old to allow myself the pleasure of seeing the Angry Birds film. They're not joking. These enemies, they do be getting stronger. But I have leveled up. Bristle. Launch a ring of itchy bristles. I'm sensing a theme here. Okay, we could... What's going on? I got stuck in the quicksand, man. Your pin press has charged up again. It charges up as you travel across New York City, too. Remember to keep capturing plants as you explore. Discovering stuff is what we're all about. Okay, what's the best tile here? I would have to say... I want to get some of these mushrooms. So give me some of this. We don't get the whole tile. We just get the mushroom. That's fine. It's a golden funnel. Dude, can we go back? Because there was like a power-up that I missed back there. Oh, if we go back, we have to fight through the rooms that we already went through? Or can I just run? I can just run. See ya never. Of course we can go back. It's a Metroidvania. What was I thinking? New York is already New York 2? No. New York is York 2. New York is New York 1. And many people don't know that actually New York is based on a city in Denmark in the medieval era that was called Yorick. J-O-R-I with a little line instead of a dot. K. It was the site of the coronation, the first coronation of King Ivar the Boneless. A lot of people don't know that. They think it's based on, I don't know, I guess something from England or something. Boneless? It's true. It's more likely than you think. Okay, I gotta use my abilities. Get blasted. I have gotten myself a peach rifle. What does it mean? I don't know, but it certainly gets the people going. I'm basically becoming the boss myself. You know what? They should do a show. Sorry, I'm spinning my wheels a little. You know how they have that show Undercover Boss? Where it's like the boss goes undercover and he doesn't, that people don't know that he's the boss, so they actually tell him what like life is like at the company, and sometimes they're like, oh yeah, the boss is a real jerk. They should do a show where they send someone who's not the boss in, but they're wearing prosthetics so they look exactly like the boss. And then, I haven't really figured out why you would watch it, like what the special part, what would really make it, yeah, like, the thing is, it would be called Overcover Boss. I'm sure listen, no show's perfect right off the bat, right? Like, it's not like American Idol just, you know, came fully formed out of Mark Burnett's brain. They probably had to punch it up a little bit, if I had to guess. Oh, I have been hit. Why can't I move? I can't move. 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 Fast travel. Clearing clap. Your melee blasts also clear nearby hostile shots. Refreshing jolt. Whenever a skill's cooldown ends, zap the closest monster. Oh, excuse me. There's more power-ups here, too. Do not walk into the purple mushrooms. Your allied critters have extra health and can bounce off monsters. I mean, that does seem pretty good. We're building a synergy here. And then you can fast travel me? What am I doing? Oh, can I only land at like a... Oh! I can only land at like the furthest area that I've... What am I doing? I've gone too far? You can only travel like 3 steps at a time or something? Help me. I just hit the spacebar for no reason. What was I thinking? Spinal coat. You promoted your pawn to a rook? You gave the money to Beneki? Fire several waves. A super skill has been unlocked. Press left shift and spacebar together. Can be used once per battle. Hang on. What's spacebar? Spacebar is just like a little... Okay. Right click is this. Left shift is this. Left shift is that. What happens if I charge it? Nothing. Okay, noted, noted. Let's use our super. Shift in space at the same time. I don't know what I expected. That makes perfect sense. Hey, hang on, I'm gonna capture this squirrel. Okay, we're gonna drag you up here. No, you don't get too close to that wall. Oh, I screwed it up. You get away, get away from there. I need more mobility, I need more riding plus stats. Cheek pockets and shockproof. A high-speed sword slash that can cut through bullets and monsters. And you get snared by the plant. I see that now. I see that now. I have critters on my side. I have some explosive berries. And I'm afflicting ++. Okay, take me one over. And then move me to the boss room. Thoughts on Steve being banned in Smash? He should be banned because he's from a Microsoft game. And the game Smash Bros. Is only available on Nintendo consoles. I'm an old-fashioned vet from the console wars. I have not forgiven Nintendo for putting Sonic in Smash. Because Sega and Nintendo are supposed to be mortal enemies. I've been in many arguments about it. I've lost a lot of friends about it. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh, we put Master Chief in Mario Kart. Oh, we put Aloy from PlayStation 5 Horizon Forbidden West in the Angry Birds in Space. Like, I don't like this cross-pollination, this Marvel Cinematic Universing of all these properties. There should be competition between these brands, and they should hate each other. And if you enjoy playing Smash Bros, you shouldn't be allowed to own an Xbox, okay? And I'm sick of people telling me that that's gatekeeping. That's the way that it should be. Because I don't want you to buy a GameCube because you're like, oh, I'm really excited to play Eternal's Darkness Sanity's Requiem. And then you're like, hey, can I come over to your house and play Brute Force? I'll be like, no, you can't. You picked your battle. You enjoy your Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. And I'll enjoy my Brute Force, which I actually did not buy because when I was a kid, I heard it was ass. A sweeping attack that slices the space in front of you. Oh, dude, we gotta bring some bananas back to the base. No doubt about it. Anybody up stroking their Zerl right now? Or just me? Move me, move me. I will do my slash. I think I should be moving faster. I guess killing enemies does give you XP, but I gotta remember, like in a roguelite, you're gated in a room until you kill the enemies. In a Metroidvania, if you killed every enemy in every room, every time you walked through it, you would lose your mind. Like, you don't need to kill those little grubs every single time you go through a room because you're doing so much backtracking. Yeah, this little guy would be like, danger? Did I accidentally leave casual mode on, or am I just that good? Fur Flash. Summon an orbiting shocking shield. You can launch the shield using the Scythe skill. Get smoked. Which one is Scythe? Right click is Scythe. It's gotta be. Get bounced. It is a little chaotic. But I'm used to Isaac. I've played 3,000 hours of Isaac. I guess I can't just be like, ooh. This doesn't look exactly like Isaac, ergo I find myself overwhelmed. I'm sure it comes to you in time. Look at that, we are cruising. Is there a way I can see, like, how's my quest going? You can see your stats. You can see my mount. You can see my charms. You can see my pins. You can see my perks. No unused skill points. Me when I'm 1% out of my comfort zone. True, true. Me when I'm 1% out of my comfort zone. I don't know, guys. I think I'm just going to head out. I'm not sure this is for me. Get destroyed. Okay. I'm taking the upper path, and I don't care who knows it. Excuse me? Excuse me? Me when I see 1% of a sap stream? Excuse me? What's your problem with Super Auto Pets? Launch me Launch me here. Do it. It's like Donkey Kong Country all over again. Green Hill Zone. This area is highly hilly. Watch out for the slopes. Perhaps there's a mount that has the power to scale cliffs. Metroidvania me? I don't give me. I'm scared of spiders, man. Don't give me spiders. Give me this big, like, this heffalump right here. Oh no! Why am I spinning on him? What's your deal? You put down a little web. You web him up. That's the spider's web. It traps the souls of its victims, at least if you're barefoot. Hang on. Oh, you're stuck. Hang on. There we go. Now I just gotta sneak right by you there. I gotta go two-piece him? Scurrit. Poison proof and preheat. Vent a protective coat of poisonous gas. I am noticing a theme between a lot of these abilities here. A lot of them do seem to summon circles around you. Why don't you cleanse me? Give me some explosives. Give me some hot dogs. Nature's glizzy! Remember that? He's a genius. I guess I should kill enemies to level up my mounts. It's like, wake up, Kirby entered the gungeon, Pokemon, The Binding of Isaac, and Super Metroid had a baby. Can I see what preheat means? Charge blasting will reduce your cooldowns. You are immune to poison. I can indeed. You know, these pigs are kind of cute, though. Let me grab you real quick. I'm just gonna sneak right by you. I guess I should probably like kill some units first. Hill climber. The heck is that? I'm rolling around at the speed of sound. I bet I'm an armadillo, so I can roll into enemies. And when I roll into them, I maybe harness the bullets and shoot them back at them or something. Curl up and roll around, reflecting any shots you touch. Oh, excuse me, definitely. The slope above us leads all the way to the top of the hill zone. But my scanner says it's a dangerous climb. Should we look for a safer path? Absolutely not. We're going to take the fruit back to home base. I'm an idiot. I'm a fool. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. It does look a little bit spooky. With spiders on our side, who says no? Break back slope. The monsters grow stronger. Please do not call my backpack Adora backpack-looking head ass. Excuse me, we're friends. Maybe one day it'll graduate into something more than that, but for now, I gotta accept that. Any personal attack against them is a personal attack against me as well. Nice try. You just screwed yourself here. You know what? Normally I'm a little anti-pot, but let me just see if I could. Okay, a little. I was hoping maybe I could capture you and turn you over to my side, but no such luck. Listen, you gotta bring a boss that's a little harder than this. You're dealing with someone. I'll have you know I rented Super Metroid as a child, and then at some point I got stuck. But it was not like at the first boss. It was, I think I fell down into a pit somewhere and I couldn't figure out how to get out, and it was like the pre-game FAQs era. But you're gonna have to do a little bit better than just shooting a couple of bullets at me. Mind you, when you shot like, 1,000 at me, that it felt like maybe you got me there, but it's a stupid wall jump area. I don't recall because it was probably like 1996, but it used to be when you got stuck in a video game, you just sort of went like, okay, I guess I'll never play it again then. Look at that. Wow, that was crazy. That golem had an inscription. I've added the writings to your records tab in the pause menu. Holy cow, I'm going insane. Golems. With every new resource we claimed and every new patch we pinned, our home became ever more bountiful. How did they know that? Pinballs. Fire a volley of bouncing stones. My Pokédex. I mean, I think it's conceivable that we may just beat the game on our first pass through here. I mean, we're at full HP. No boss has ever offered a threat to me. I apologize, because they're probably going to do like a Miyazaki. They're going to remove the pause button. They're going to make all the bosses like 10 times harder. You're going to play it for yourself and wonder, like, you know, I wish I got in before they buffed Radon, but, I mean, it is what it is. I'll take some of that real quick. Are you feeling risky? My scanners have picked up a building nearby. Kind of weird to see a building on an uninhabited island. It must be holding a secret. I've marked it on your map. Trade. Buy 3 stat points for 1 HP? Yes. I will boost the power of my mount skills. I mean, I'm going all the way here, I think. I mean, this is like a choose your own devil deal here. Maybe just give me one more blocking. Okay, that's probably enough, right? Oh! Splitting. No, I'm happy with my existing power-ups for now, I think. I don't know, I'm still learning. What the heck? Run, I'm scared. I don't have any HP. A freaking dinosaur? Kill some units to get some experience. Good stuff. You got some HP back there. The monsters grow stronger. I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. No, I'm not gonna die. Just use your skills. I'm not gonna die. That I can promise you. You see my homing abilities there? You see my bouncing abilities? If you're about to get shot, just do a dodge roll. Thank you so much. You have unlocked Slash. Fire a sweeping wave of prickly shots. I have done that. Make sure, right? It's just like Gungeon. You get in trouble. You get overwhelmed. You just need a second. You take a right click. You dodge your way out of a jam. I mean, nothing can stop me, man. Never mind, there's quite a lot of enemies on the screen. I've been hit for 9. I have 9 life left. No! I thought that was it. I thought it was over for me. They'll probably give me a full heal after this, so I'm not even sweating it. I'm insane. I'm actually crazy at this game. Thank you for the smiley faces. Daniel, I've been told you played this? I'm not gonna use a pin on this room. Are you crazy? He was the CEO developer. Actual Isaac guy. Please do not do me the disservice of calling me the Isaac guy. There are many Isaac individuals. Can I steal this plant? Yes, I can. I'll take a Saturn plant for home. A Gravitotem. Holy cow. It's a damn ostrich. Sorry, you're the bald one. Okay, that's probably apt. I don't know what I expected. Hey, oh no! You burned me! Okay, well, get killed then, idiot. I was gonna tame you, and then you decided to be a real a-hole about the situation. That's alright. Oh, what happened to my armadillo? Did he die? Oh, is that him? What happened to my lad? Please move from the side a little bit, thank you. Oh. You ran out of time? What does that mean? You left him to die? Oh, did I fall off of him when I started burning or something? Top right. Do you not notice the big clock in the corner? I do now. Take a look at this dungeon. There's bound to be treasure in here. It's HP? It's not HP? Cleanse me. I'm going in. Spider Shrine. Take a look at my dungeon. It's the only one I've got. Spider Shrine.
Wow.
My scanners. Whoa, whoa, whoa! You can't hurt me when they're giving me dialogue. It's a perversion of the gamer's contract. I need some HP. What do you got for me? Super Wheel Shield. Summons a temporary shield that surrounds you. It blocks shots and deals damage. Understood? Help me. I don't want to die in the temple. I'm okay with dying. I don't want to die until we figure out what's going on in here. Like we get some... Maybe the treasure gives us the... Because I saw some cool things in the pause menu about like... Hey, you can combine all of your fruits into like a Slurpee or something like that, and then you could fit in even more fruits to change the parameters of your shots. Maybe we could get something like that for finishing this. Oh, I've landed on... I'm rolling around. Maybe summon the shield at the start of each room. So you get to take advantage of it when the amount of enemies are at their peak. True. Why would you get a slurp juice if you're not even an ape? Hey guys, Chibley's not here. The third act can't start yet. I need to ask him if Dookie Dash is working for him. Go ahead, take some of this for your house. What is that? Confungus. I can't see very well. I also can't use my super at all. Did I already... Maybe I burned it by accident? Holy cow, my bullets are huge, though. Someone's poisoned. Mercifully, it's not me. Be honest with me. I know some people in chat have played this. Am I the best that there's ever been? Because, like... I'm not even, like... breaking a sweat. This is, like, the most glowing review I've ever had. You said, eh? Usually people would say like LOL no. I watched Sequisha play this yesterday and he beat the boss on his first run without ever taking a hit. Today people were like, you're pretty good. The heart of the dungeon is just up ahead. It's a jumbo tarantula. He's dizzy. Kind of embarrassing. What do you have? My inner ear? Sorry, it's a triantula, by the way. That's my mistake. You only right-click when you're scared. I was scared enough to do it there. Don't need that stat piece right away. We got all this. All the spiders have now become part of our side. You're in for a world of hurt. You're dead, basically. I'm using my super! I'm using my super! You can't stop me, dude! Elite shield placement. It's weak. Use your lasso. I probably got to do multiple trips. Oh no, I'm itchy. Don't forget to roll. Don't forget to roll. Don't forget to roll. No mounts. Never mind. Triantula, opportunity and itch proof. Dash forward on a silk string, leaving a cobweb behind. It can bounce enemy shots away from you. I told you, I'm kind of nutty at this game. I want my old mount back, though. Ooh! Oh, lightning bolts are mount timers. Now I get it. Spider idol. You cannot be snared by ferns and vines. Dungeon cleared. I really like the art style, for sure. Great work. I knew there would be treasure in here somewhere. If we find enough of these, maybe we can unravel the history of New York, too. Anyway, it's probably time we return to base camp. What? Because I'm too good? They had to pull me out of the dungeon? They're zooming me back. Shortcut opens. That's good. Incredible. You opened a two-way shortcut. The shortcut will let us skip deep into New York City 2 on future quests. Where are we at here? Where's base camp? Base camp is there. Ooh, can we... Yes! I got it all figured out. I've never seen someone so excited to win a tutorial level. What do you... That wasn't a tutorial. I did so much more than I had to do for the tutorial. Now that's one big shiny crystal. You guys remember Big Shiny Tunes? Yes? No? Hills unlocked. Big Shiny Tunes is Canadian, that's what I call music. So you would get like some songs that were like big songs in Canada and the US, and then it would be like, here's our legally mandated like song from Matthew Good and Our Lady Peace and I Mother Earth and Moist. There's some, I'm not going to deny it though, there's some slappers on there. Hello Chibli. Chibli, is Dookie Dash working for you today? Tell me what you're feeling, cause I need to know. Oh, you know what? Give me the glizzy. The not dog. Oh, I could have taken a moonflower. They had sunflower, now there's a moonflower. Your melee blasts clear hostile shots. Your blaster reloads faster. Whenever you use an attack skill, spawn some spiders. That seems fun. It seems interesting. I can't go back to base camp this way. But they told me to go back to base camp. I don't have any attack skills. Pinned by Chibli. Oh no, pinned by mods. Had to put more Doge in. I appreciate that because I hired somebody to do my Dookie Dash run for me. But they were saying that they had some problems. I also asked to see all of my apes and my rumble kongs, and they said they couldn't show them to me right now, but not to worry about it. And I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of been weighing on me a little bit. Sure, I'll take rifle. Don't really know what I'm doing, so I think it's, I'll just do. You put a button on the screen, I will simply press it. This is the wrong way. Well, I tried to go back to the base, and then they said the door doesn't open like that, even though I was here yesterday, and it does both. I can't go to the north exit. They won't let me. You return to base from the menu? I can't beat the tutorial. Oh, return to camp. Okay. Send to camp? Return to camp? Return to base camp with your captured pins. Sure. Imagine making a one-way door. Like, I thought it was messed up enough when we had one-way roads. Like, my car can travel in any direction. But I'm supposed to let a sign tell me how to get where I need to go? Okay. And next you're going to tell me, oh, no parking? Yeah? Well, here's my impression of me at a no parking sign. Wrong. Because I just fucking did that. No parking? I should really make it say parking is actually really easy to do here. When I see a no parking sign, when I see a sign, we're working on what this is called punching up. We're punching it up. When I see a sign that says you can't park here, I take it as a challenge. You made some discoveries. I knew it. Hold on, I'm role-playing as the cop putting a ticket on your windshield. Joke's on you. I'll just pay this off with my 2% back Costco Executive MasterCard. Me getting 1,000 parking tickets to get $20 in cashback rewards. I'm committing moving violations just so I can retire one day. Choose a new perk. Combine all your fruit ammos into a powerful ammo smoothie. You can charge your mount's attacks for up to 50% bonus power. After taking damage, clear nearby enemy bullets. You can now tame small critters with your lasso. Give me the Slurpee, man. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Long press, most satisfying way to interact with a button. Melee a hostile plant to temporarily extract a powerful weapon. Monsters will now explode when you inflict an element. While dismounted, clear all nearby shots with a big flash. Let me get charge mount shots. No perk points left. Okay. Yeah, I said the word wrong. Get over it. We don't do that anymore. We have self-respect. We got a new tile. It looks like my Animal Crossing world. Let's keep searching for new monsters, treasures, and plants. Leave this island. Okay. I've suggested some goals in the quest tab of the pause menu. You cleared that dungeon like a pro explorer. I'll add the treasure to our records. Heavy rains incoming. Leave the tunnels sealed. Holy cow. What? I did too much, man. We're going to have to fight Ganondorf. Weird, that storm left as suddenly as it came. Maybe it's related to the dungeon we cleared. On the next quest, we should look for unusual patches. Saved. Okay. What's my quest? Find the ancient king's lost treasure. Collect all the jungle zone pins. Mount all the bug monsters. Search for damage caused by the storm. I'll embark. You want me to embark to the hills or the jungle? Take me to the jungle for now. I'm not worried about that. I'll choose my treasure. I can't be snared by vines. Combine all my fruits into a fruit smoothie. Sounds tasty. Create an orbiting ring of blockades when you charge blast. Mount skill cooldowns refresh twice as fast. That seems hard for me to manage. But I do be charge blasting all the time. That seems really good. Hey, I'm sticky, I'm sticky! Let me get you. Let me get you. There we go. He starts with... Well, oh, because the levels are persistent, so we get to keep all of our previously unlocked abilities. What are your things again? What are you good at? You have a reflect, a water geyser, and a jet stream. I remember. I'm stuck to stuff, because I'm sticky. Call me sticky the way I stick to stuff. Help me! I made no effort to move out of the way. Right-click reflect. Everything else is just shoot water. Okay, I understand that. I've got it all figured out. Super rain blast. Fire a blast of soaking drops in the sky. And we got a pin. And we got a shotgun. Give me, I don't know. We didn't take any basic trees last time. Grab me a basic tree. Network error, not refreshing, will not refresh. Twitch is breaking. Do not hit the F5 button. Anybody that's still here, you're here because you were chosen by the Almighty not to lose the stream. Don't squander it, okay? It's not luck. Don't let anybody tell you it's luck or variance. You are the chosen ones. Hang on. Can I create a fruit smoothie? Maybe I should get one more fruit first. Then create a fruit smoothie. This is the only channel left in all the land. My big break. It's finally happening. Smoothie me? Ooh, shotgun explosive shitting? What is this, me in July 2022? Hey, don't bounce me. They're bouncing me. Are you feeling risky? You know what? I'm not feeling that risky right now. I'm sorry to say. I don't have that much HP yet. The round just started. I'm digging the fruit smoothie, though. We almost had to get off our mounts. Did they just get sick of it? They're just like, I'm done being tamed? Do animals ever spontaneously non-domesticate? Hey, use your super. Okay, honestly, you should be dead in one shot, especially because it's like fire versus water, but whatever. Get smoked on. One of these days I'm going to remember the controls and then it's over for you. The Siegfried and Roy incident. I too have seen Nope. By the way, you know what's crazy? I used to have hopes that when the Marvel Cinematic Universe casted a new actor, I used to have hopes that it might save the actor's career if they were in a rough spot, you know? Like it did for Robert Downey Jr. Now, I am hoping that Steven Yeun is going to save the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He doesn't take bad roles. I trust that he would not take a role as Recon or whatever unless it was like a Marvel Cinematic Universe film that was on the level of an above-average A24 film. Come on, Steven, you can do this. You can save the MCU. Except The Walking Dead. Listen, that was his big break, okay? Ever since then, I mean, come on. Minari. Sorry to bother you. Nope. Burning. Not my favorite movie, but certainly very interesting. I might be a little too stupid to understand it fully. But tonally, I liked it a lot. I think you should leave. Exactly. The dude does not miss. Oh, if I get... Oh! I gotcha. Invincible. Yeah, I don't watch anime, but I heard it's one of the good ones. I've seen the meme. Look what they have to do to mimic even a fraction of our power. I've seen it. I've seen the images. Hey, I'm gonna lose my mount in 3 seconds. Like, y'all literally gonna make me lose my mount up in here. He went honk shoe and everything. Okay, well, like, you know what? Let me lasso you then. Pain? You're very vulnerable without a mount. Listen, get over here. I'm gonna loop around you. I don't even know what kind of animal you are, but I know I got a two-piece you. There's my two-piece. Oh, it's Hypnoth again. Moonshine. Fire a blast of freezing moonlight in all directions. Hey, wait a minute. Do you see that huge empty gap in the ground? Wow. It's a hole in the fabric of nature. I've never seen one before. I'll bet that storm was behind this. It ripped the threads holding New York City 2 together. Spider-Man? But maybe we can repair it. Your captured pins can be planted to replace missing patches. Copies of the pin will start growing in this area. Try planting ones with useful bonus effects. Sure, I will plant I'll plant something here. This pin grants the stench buff. This pin can be charged up by shooting it. Melee blasting a monster will disable its defense. When an allied critter is defeated, it fires a homing shot. Sure, I don't know. Toss one of these down here. This game is very cool. This pin patch will stay here permanently. You'll now get a power-up every time you reach this location while questing. If we plant more pins like this, we can make New York City 2 easier to explore. Uh-oh, stinky. I'm going to die. This is the classic roguelite formula. Really, really good first run where everybody thinks you're going to be ass, and then you're like, I'm too cool for school. And then you be disappointing for like 20 runs in a row. Happens every time. How does placing stinky plants make New York easier to explore? Bro, smoking stinky plants makes New York easier to explore. Especially if you got like some music on or something. Am I right? Zaza! Sorry. This forest is dense and winding. I'm not sure where it leads. Hey, 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 hey! I'm gonna fire a freezing blast of moonbeams. I'm just gonna shoot into the abyss. I'm gonna pretend I'm fighting Hush right now. I'm just gonna stand in the corner. I'm gonna dodge the shots. I'm gonna mind my own business. If someone comes over by me, I'm gonna say, must have been the wind. What was that? I'm not gonna get into trouble. If I see a dog in the grocery store, I'm gonna mind my own business. I'm just gonna get everything on my list and I'm gonna get out. I have no quarrel with the dog nor the dog owner. Baffle beam. Fire a fast-moving beam of dizzying shots. Easiest joke in the world is a callback. They always go crazy for it. Isn't that right? Give me explosive. Give me homing. Munch it all up into an explosive homing. Oh, thank you. Dude, the fruit is doing wonders for me right now. Zach, that's his name. Hey, any news on Deadly Premonition 3? Or, like, is that just, I should accept that that's never gonna happen? Possession. Temporarily possess the closest hostile monster to make it fight for your side. That seems too powerful. You have Google? Yeah, but Chrome doesn't work so hot for me anymore. Avocados. Everything in this is named like a children's book. And I am here for it. I am 10 fruits from Patch Quest that sound like they're from a Dr. Seuss novel, and we are living for them. You won't believe number 7. BuzzFeed, is that you? Wait, he wrote novels? He wrote some pretty amazing novels. Like, I don't know. We have this version of Hop on Pop that's like, it's like 60 pages. It's a pretty heavy read. It takes like 8 minutes or something for me to get through it. 10 times Patch Quest. Understood the assignment. Why you should stop saying hamburger. Open parentheses. It's offensive to Germans. I'm just freeballing now. Spitballing? I don't know. I'm just giving them ideas for free. Is this over? In Chanterelle? Oh, do I have to lasso you? Hang on, I can do this. I do not have to lasso you. You won't believe this. Open parentheses. They're making the Big Mac woke. When you defeat a monster, spawn some allied flies. What is this? It's the butt plug of destiny. Every time you use a mount skill, plant an allied mushroom critter. Seems decent. Treasure found. I'm insane. I did see they're making a chicken Big Mac in Canada. I did see as well, I'm not sure if anyone else is familiar with this, I did see that they did surgery on a grape. Which is messed up. Yes? Yes, what? I just got an achievement. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just... Every room I walk into, I want to exterminate all the local fauna. You ever think about how, like, flora and fauna... Obviously, the flora is the plants, but it feels like flora should be the animals, because flora is like a lady's name, and people are animals too. What? You guys have never had this thought? No? Flora sounds like a flower? What do you mean it sounds like a... It's I guess it kind of does sound like floral, doesn't it? Yeah, but fauna sounds like it could be a like a kind of like a weed or something like that. You'd be like, hey, oh, you guys, don't buy arugula from the store. Just come on over. We got a bed of fauna growing in our garden right now. What is this bit? I don't know. I'm out of banter. It finally happened. My ass needs to go back to Costco, man. My ass needs to retire. I don't know, one of the two. I did see a post on r/Costco that was like, check out this thing I found at Costco, and it was it wasn't on the ground floor. It was like a couple of levels up in the warehouse, but they were like bankers boxes, and on the box, like they're full of documents, it said terminated employees 2006 A to L, terminated employees 2007 L to M, terminated employees. So I guess like maybe sometimes Costco just stores like incredibly sensitive personal information for companies or something. They just store them on the warehouse floor. I don't really understand how Costco supplies its business. So your charge blast will home in. When you melee blast, shoot a wave. After taking damage, your immunity lasts longer. Hang on. Give me charge blast home in. Have you seen Creed 3? I don't have a mount. Can I make you a little upset? I have not seen Creed 3. As I have not seen Creed. But I have seen Creed 2. And you might ask why? Well, I'll tell you, it wasn't exactly like a deliberate decision. Creed 2 just happened to be on an airplane in-flight entertainment system when I happened to be taking a flight. I think it was a long flight, so I think that I ended up, I watched probably like 3 movies before Creed 2, and then I said, I guess I'll watch Creed 2. Sure, fast travel me. Fast travel me up. Did you like it? I thought it was pretty good. The long flight. So true.
Wow.
Did they have Creed? I don't know. Probably at that point I had to get off the airplane if I had to guess. Excuse me. Oh, I have a pin. Hang on, I'm making a fruit smoothie. Whoa, relax, buddy. It's not all about you. The monsters grow stronger. If you say so. I'm kind of insanely great at this. My charge shots are homing in. I'm making fruit smoothies. I'm level 4. Split your mount in 2. How do you feel about Rocky? I'm for them. Hang on. Let me capture this mushroom real quick. I got stuff to focus on. Plant some pears. Ooh. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about Rocky, I think I would agree with the chatter. I'm for, against, way more for than the average person. We're on Rocky Balboa here. I think that movie is really good. Substantially better than it has any right to be. And then I haven't seen Creed. Creed 2 was pretty good. I haven't seen Creed 3. I probably never will if I had to guess. You're against 3? I mean, I think 3 is kind of like they jumped the shark a little bit. And then 4, it's like it becomes a little bit more like... It became like cartoon Rocky, but at least it was like good cartoon Rocky. And then 5 is like... I can't remember much about it. I don't even know if I've ever seen the whole thing, but I was like... I mean, there's a reason for that. Which one had the robot made? That's Rocky 4, man! Happy birthday, Paulo. Hey, use robot! I thought I told you to bring me out a ham sandwich! Right away, Paulo. Rocky does not need a robot. It adds a nice little wrinkle into... Help me? It adds a nice little wrinkle into Rocky 4, though. Because you realize that it's, like, to the lay person, sure, they look at it and they say, oh, it's just a funny little robot. But, like, for those of us who maybe, like, have a Letterboxd account, for those of us who have Letterboxd Plus and own a couple of movies on the Criterion Collection, like The Umbrellas of Schoenberg, you see that it really hits at a theme of the entire Rocky franchise, which is companionship. And these guys, you know, Rocky, Mickey, Polly, they're all misfits. And what they're looking for at the end of the day is just someone to while away the time with, you know? Even if it is a robot that he probably, if I had to guess, probably does have intercourse with, but they don't touch on that in the movie. But I mean, like, he's like, I mean, just the interaction that they have, it appears to be, it goes without saying, I guess. Maybe they're just friends, but I think he probably fucks the robot. And if I had to guess, I bet he comes inside it. Because why wouldn't you? It's a robot. Oh. Hey, let me out. Hey, let me out, I said! Splitting. Do not let him cook. That's true. Do not let him cook. Your melee blast will increase your charge blast meter. Stamina drops give a bit of health. Health drops give a bit of stamina. You got peanut butter in my chocolate. You got chocolate in my peanut butter. I would like to go, like, all the way to that check mark. I'd like to go all the way back. Never mind. Oh, no, I'm still going. I'm realizing your retirement stream is going to be psychotic. There won't be a retirement stream. I just won't come back one day. That's the damn truth. It's not in danger of happening, like, anytime soon. The S&P 500 is still in bear market territory. I don't know why I said it like I'm from Iowa. Bear market. Do you seek afflicting? Convert your lowest stat into afflicting? Motherfucker. Sure. Oh, okay. I don't think I read it right. Convert your lowest stat into afflicting? Yeah, I don't need the block. I never take damage. Convert your lowest stat into afflicting? Nah, it's okay. Let's go fight a boss. Are you from Ohio? I wish, man. College football capital of the Midwest? I have been told that I look like I'm from Utah. That was from a man trying to sell me a CD in Las Vegas. So I don't know if I could take him at his word. That's an insult? Yeah, I know. I got a mirror. Hang on. Why am I not using my super? Don't bounce me, dude! Super me? Unbelievable, unbelievable gameplay. I'm trapped in here. I can't escape. But they're trapped in here with me as well. Help me. Help me do some damage to you. What the heck is that? Mixologist. Some blaster shots have the effect of 2 of your ammo types. But wait, some of my blaster shots are going to be afflicted with smoothie. They could get a smoothie plus something else. We could get a cross smoothie mojo contamination. Honest question. I'm sure many people watching this have bought juice or a smoothie or something like that at a juice store, okay? Have you ever paid an upcharge to add something to it? I'm going to start. I have not. If I'm already paying $8 Canadian, $9 Canadian for a juice, I'm never adding wheatgrass. I'm never adding a scoop of protein powder. I'm never adding collagen, beta-gambine, or whatever the hell the amino acids are called. I can't do it. It's not in my nature. This is gonna work, man. I've added extra boba to boba tea. I mean, I'll accept that. I've started to recognize that I'm the guy who orders the large on the menu. Maybe it's just because I've been, riding the Peloton. But a medium, like, it no longer does for me what it used to. Now, especially if we get ramen or something like that, or if we get pho, I'm large pilled. I don't even mess up. By the time I finish my medium pho, I'm gonna be like, Kate, can I have half of your pho? So I just accept that I'm large now. And with ramen, I get the extra chashu, but otherwise I'm not much of an upcharge guy. I'll pay a small upcharge for maybe like some sweet potato fries, but that's about it. But it's got to be a place where I know that they're not ass. Many places they're pretty ass. Hot take, chashu's kind of gross. At least you recognize that it is a hot take, because chashu, my personal professional opinion, is that it's damn delicious. Your first shot after reloading is much stronger. When allied critters are defeated, they explode. You can use your Neutra Blaster and your lasso. I never use my lasso, so sure. And then, I don't know, give me this cool cactus. Oh, it's just a pear bush! I'm a fool! We already had like 20 of those! I just think fat tastes gross. I mean, it's fair enough. They are quite, it's quite a fatty cut, but I think fat tastes delicious. At least most fats. It's covered in mysterious markings. 3 words to describe chashu. It's fatty. It's hearty. And it's so good and tasty. That's one word with no spaces between them. So good and tasty. Favorite fatty food? I mean, chashu or like... I did make a pork belly once. And I basically bought pork belly because I was like... I was normally making pork chops, and I was like, man, this pork belly is so cheap. Then I cooked it in the oven, and I was like, this shit is literally just 100% fat. It's just too much. It was like a crispy pork belly that I cooked in the oven. Yeah, I had to cook it so hot that it like seared a stain into the cookware that I used to cook it in the oven, which is fine. But that was the one time I was like, this may actually be too fatty for me. But I do like pork belly. I'm trying my favorite fatty food. Petroleum. I can translate every language known to science. 2 of each tree were taken from the Amazongal archipelago. Their descendants bear the timber that builds and heats our homes. Alright, let me be the first to say who asked. Why not take the lily pad, man? We've definitely had this conversation before. But like, I'm pretty pro animal fat. Like, it is tasty, but not all animal fats are created equal in terms of flavor profile. Beef fat done right, pretty good. Chicken fat, not my favorite. Pork fat is the best of all fats. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not trying to make any enemies here because I see a lot of people disagreeing, but I'd like to change that. I think I'm in the minority now. I would like to change that and say that actually beef fat is the best. Sure, duck fat as a cooking oil, as a cooking fat, sure. But I will say I've never really had like a duck breast that I have enjoyed. Or at least enjoyed as much as I've enjoyed, you know, what I would consider to be like a corresponding meat dish. No way. I've had like I've had Peking duck. I think like Peking duck is like maybe it's a different story. I'm losing my mount. I've lost my mount. But like just a duck breast cooked in a European style, I'm like, I don't know if it's just the places I've eaten at or if it's truly not for me. Because I don't really have a discerning palate. Like everything I eat, I'm like, that's the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. I'm going to die on this room. I would like to return to the base camp, please. Okay, hang on. We gotta kill the moth, marry the pig, and fuck the shrub. No, don't kill him. He needs to be lassoed. One more. Okay. Shrub hog. I need to remember what it is you do. Right click does that. That's crazy. Shift does that. Space does that. Okay. Take me down. Ooh. Ooh, what the heck is even that? Give me this cool tall tree. I don't think I can open this yet. You're right. We can plant a pin. This effect can push monsters. This can be charged up by shooting at it. Your mounts lose stamina more slowly. Boost the power of your shots. Yeah, of course. Place it down. I can't believe I'm still alive. Maybe you need to plant a palm tree. I don't know if it's a joke or if you're actually right. And that's a measure of true genius as far as I'm concerned. I really do play this the same way I play like a MOBA. It's like as soon as I'm in combat, literally just press the buttons of all of your skills. And then I'm like, oh shit, I won. 30% of my games. I need the HP. I need the HP. Thank you so much. MOBA. Oh! The heck, it had some stat points in it. You played MOBAs? Back in the day, I've been known to be, that was a Crystal Maiden that you wouldn't mind having on your team. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I was like a Leshrac that you would feel comfortable sending mid. Apollo, can you tell them? Can you tell them that this is true? I mean, I don't want to brag, but I have a 100% win rate in Dota 2 as Invoker. And it's not 1 win in 1 game, it's 3 wins in 3 games. 10 years ago. I'm kinda cracked. Against bots? No, against real people who had the skill level of bots. This is like back in 2012, it was before AI existed. The only bots were like, you know, gamers in their 30s. Now that I am one, I realize how messed up that is. The Toad Shrine. Give me this thing. Fan ferns. Toad Shrine.
Danger!
Oh, sorry. You had something to say, huh? Dude, we should capture one of these toads. No disrespect to my current dude, but these toads seem kind of sick with it. Okay, oh, I'm poisoned. I got you. I got you, you punk. I do not have you because I right-clicked by accident. Okay, I'm taking a lot of damage. I think I'm just going to kill you instead, and I'm gonna listen. He's too sick with it. I can't grab him. I'm scared. Run. Oh, it missed. It missed. No. Okay, just grab one. I got him. What do? You leap through the air with the greatest of ease. Okay. level this guy up. He's got to be good. High jump. Leap high into the air, passing over any hostile shots. I'll admit it doesn't seem like immediately like what I'm looking for. I shouldn't have swapped, man. I'm going to die. You should recall, I will never leave, especially because these guys are basically guaranteed to pay out with full HP. There it is. Plus, once I hit level 2, this guy's going off. You must be... You are not immune to poison. Bubble! Safe until it pops. Don't pop my bubble, bro! Chib, are you still here? I don't know, because I'm playing an actual, like, video game. It might not be your speed. How do you feel about the... Excuse me, I'm picking up some kind of squishy signature in the next room. How do you feel about, the song Buttons by the Pussycat Dolls? Just strikes me as one of those songs that if you told me you were obsessed with it now, not even back at the time of its release, I could totally buy it. Too many vulgar words. I'm not Googling it. It's not vulgar in the slightest. It goes, loosen up my buttons, baby, because you keep fronting, saying what you gonna do to me, then I ain't see nothing. All of those words, you could utter them in Sunday company, and it wouldn't even be like, nobody would bat an eye. Maybe not in that order. They would probably be like, why is this idiot quoting the Pussycat Dolls? But... Oh, that was probably the worst landing spot we could have chosen. I need another ability on this guy. Oh, it's weak. Use your lasso. Ooh, go, go, go. Please. Please. That was very close. I think any of those hits would have killed us. I actually can't be stopped. Defense leap. Safely leap through the air. This guy's whole thing is just... He just moves. Wait, this is a different unit. Give me some of this. He doesn't even shoot circular shots out of him or anything? It's a frog? Yeah, but he could have like a little tongue lick or something. He could go like, mlam. Frog totem. You can eat bug-type small critters for stamina. Dungeon cleared. My man's is literally Yoshi. You're not wrong. And a shortcut has been opened up as well. Dev in chat. Listen, devs, I just have... And it's not rude, okay? It's not meant to be rude, at least. Is the game supposed to be hard? Because no enemy has ever hit me. I've taken 0 damage. I mean, this is my second run. You can tell from the map. I mean, this area is probably just like endgame content, maybe. But I've explored the entirety of the map. I've taken no damage. Every boss has been felled by me. I think you need to add like a... You could just call it NL mode. Just add NL mode. That's like, have you played a lot of video games before? Have you done 4,000 episodes of The Binding of Isaac? Then switch on NL mode. Heroic 3 difficulty. Like, I understand maybe you watch Dan play this, and you're like, oh, we need to, like, make the game a little bit easier. But Dan and I, we're friends, but we're not the same person. We have very different skill sets in video games. His skill set is different than mine, because mine, I was gonna say, because mine exists. That's not fair. He's probably got a better PB in Spelunky than I do. Ooh. It's not mean, we're friends. It's good-natured ribbing or something. I don't know. It's toxic masculinity. I don't actually want to fast travel here. It's banter. It's just a little bit of banter. Exactly. Hey! Oh, I can't leap over that. That was a sick move. You gotta admit. Wait, I want this gloopy? Never mind. The monsters grow stronger. Hang on, I'm slurping. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. This frog is not doing the trick for me. It's all falling apart. I need this HP. Thank you. Poison dart. Shoot a dart that releases poisonous fumes on impact. This is what I do to my wife in bed. I'll be like, hey, good night. I love you. Little kiss on the lips. I don't actually do that. I leave the room and then I go into the bathroom and I turn the fan on and I close the door and then I try to fart into the fan so that none of the smell. Because if she smells it, she'll be like, did you fart? And then I'll be like, yeah. It's embarrassing. I saw him vent. You didn't see me vent. Stop trying to marinate me. You do a headstand in the bathroom? I have. There's a step ladder in there. By the way, I thought of this when we were staying at the hotel at Disneyland. I don't know if, like, plumbers or, like, the people doing the construction know this. I understand the idea that people might like a quiet bathroom fan. But I'm here to tell you, it's an accessibility issue, okay? Because some of us have really loud bowel movements. And when we wake up an hour before our children and our spouses, we don't want to go to the bathroom and then have a whisper quiet fan and then all they hear is... The fan is not just to suck up the stinky air and keep mold from growing due to the humidity of, like, running the shower and stuff in there. The fan is also to cover up the sound of what you're doing to the toilet. Because catch me on my phone cranking up the volume and then go at YouTube video, sound of bathroom fan. Kate wakes up, she's like, you just woke up, why is your phone on 71% battery life? And I'm like, I don't know, I opened Pokemon Go for 3 seconds. Fire a sweeping wave of sticky muck. Ooh. He's so fast in the mud, dude. Excuse me, an octopode? Where did he go? No, don't kill him! Oh, there's another one. Okay. Hang on. Where did my octopode go? No, I will not spell muck backwards. I would never. Whatever, we'll get another one. Launch me. Place me. Spell come backwards. Literally, my ass was about to say C-U-M. Streaming is not good for you. It is very bad for your cognitive health. I gotta join, like, a book club or something. I guess I could just read a book. Ah, I could stream me being in a book club, though. Ah! By the way, I don't know if anyone here has seen Sky Castles. Kate, I'm not saying anything negative about Sky Castles. There's a book club in the show. It's a Korean drama. First book they read for the book club is The Selfish Gene by Richard Dawkins. I bet they didn't expect the average person to have read that book. But as a noted biology student myself, who also owned that book before even becoming a biology student, they didn't know what the hell they were talking about. They were saying things like Dawkins makes the case that it's good to be selfish, that the only way you can be truly selfless is by being selfish. Dawkins does not make that case. He may lay out the data that seems to imply, consequently, that acting selfishly can actually be selfless maybe for your children and your immediate family. But Richard Dawkins never lays down the case himself, okay? Well, now he does probably, but... Release clouds of poisonous fumes. You will be immune to damage. I'm crazy. Go back to the joke about pooping. So I was in the bathroom and I was like... And it was really stinky and brown. Hey, this gives me a chance to do my joke from earlier. Thought I would fart, but now I'm ashamed. I gave my pants a brown stain. Give me some better blasting. That seems good for me. 65 blasting, we take those. Please stop this. What, you guys don't like song parodies? Many people have called song parodies the caviar of comedy. You guys ever go on Jungle Cruise at Walt Disneyland? Help me. These guys are too strong. I am going to die. No, I'm not going to die because I'm going to lasso you. Get him, get him. Don't get poisoned though. Get him, get him, get him. One more, get him, get him. One more. I'm soak proof. Okay, leave some slippery puddles on the ground. Tadpog. I don't know why my head only reads it as tap dog. I can't keep this straight in my head. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best. I'm on 1 HP. I gotta recall. I gotta go back to base. Never mind. I'm back. It would help if I landed some shots, I suppose. Tadapult. Launch some frog spawn that will quickly hatch into tadpoles. Did you say British people when something is kind of great? I have to recall? Oh, no. I'm dead. I died. This shit looks like when George falls over in Peppa Pig. That's alright, I'll go back to base. Put down a patch, of course. What was I thinking? We did travel for 310 patches, though. It was pretty good. You made some discoveries? Get ready for the scroll bar. Explorer rank 4. Oh, I really thought we were getting the 5. Choose a new perk. Blaster, mount, close, or lasso. If taking damage would defeat you, dismount instead. Ejector shorts. Thought I would fart, but now I'm ashamed. When you mount a wild monster, heal 5 HP. I like this. I like this one. I like this. Cooldowns on all your mount skills will refresh 25% faster, but I don't have any more perk points at present. Get him out of the bathroom? What are you talking about? Get him out of the bathroom. It would be sick if your pants had an ejector seat. That seems like something they would do on Jackass. Hi, I'm Steve-O. Welcome to the Pants Ejector Seat Challenge, dude. You could have him, like, there could be a hydraulic chair sewn into the seat of your pants, and then when you press a button, it, like, rockets you out of the... Dude, it fucking kills. Dude, the fucking rocket pants fucking kill, dude. We're working on it. We're still working on it. It's still a little empty, though. You know what would be great?
beep beep.
Some pet monsters. We can capture one while exploring. Just embark on a fresh quest and I'll show you how. Saved. I think I'm going to put a pin in it for now. / marker. Patch quest. Please stop telling me that the Steve-O impression is good. I know it's like Raindrop versus Mike Glambin. You're like, wow, you're really good at rapping. You guys should have like a rap battle together, and then you film it and put it on YouTube, and it exists for 27 years as the funniest video that's ever existed. This is a good game, though. Raindrop versus Mike Glambin. Holy. I can't play it. They do utter some slurs in Raindrop versus Mike Glambin, but I'm not defending Raindrop or Mike Glambin's language. All I'm saying is that the video is very funny. Now, what am I going to do for 35 minutes? Now, that is a great question. Well, we could start with some movie to movie. This has to be easy, man. Like, this one feels so simple. Bruce Almighty to Wayne's World. Like, Jim Carrey and Mike Myers and Dana Carvey, they were like all having their career at like the same time. But they're like in parallel somehow. That's what's throwing me for a loop here. Have Mike Myers and Jim Carrey, both Canadian Toronto area comedians and actors who fell off bigly, have they never been in a movie together? Let's try. Well, let me think here, because Bruce Almighty also has Morgan Freeman and Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston has been in a lot of movies with Adam Sandler. Adam Sandler, Mike Myers, both on Saturday Night Live at roughly the same time. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking there's got to be like, well, I guess Mike Myers is a little earlier. I'm thinking you actually go, and this is probably not the fastest. Wait, Steve Carell, Mike Myers? Tony Bennett, wait, is Tony Bennett one of the singers from Austin Powers? There's Burt Bacharach. There's Elvis Costello. Mr. Quincy Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Quincy Jones. Give me Jennifer Aniston. Give me one of the shitty movies she did with Adam Sandler. I'm going to guess that it's called Murder Mystery, okay? Then take me to Adam Sandler. Finding Sandler. You think it's possible that this could have Dana Carvey or Mike Myers? Just give it a shot. Uh-oh. It's got Mick Foley. Take me back to Adam Sandler. I think we should try to do it without going into like, you know, stand-up comedy specials, ensembles, and stuff like that. Like, I'm not going to do Night of Too Many Stars. That's too easy. But now, how about the Meyerowitz stories? You get a little, this is Ben Stiller and Dustin Hoffman. Dustin Hoffman, Mike Myers. Or Dana Carvey. The Ridiculous Six. I Am Chris Farley. There's no doubt you could get that one. That makes it too easy. Blended. Drew Barrymore. Mike Myers. What else? Mike Myers has been in movies with The Love Guru is Jessica Alba. Heather Graham. Beyonce. Liz Hurley. He's been in Inglourious Bastards with Brad Pitt. Adam Sandler. Brad Pitt. Eli Roth. Grown Ups 2. I'm lost. Eddie Murphy, One Night Only. That's My Boy. Andy Samberg. James Caan. Jack and Jill. Al Pacino. Zookeeper. Just go with it. Jennifer Aniston. Funny people as everybody. I know this is an ensemble. There is no way we cannot get to Mike Myers or Dana Carvey here. It's not conceivable. Andy Dick is in Old School with Vince Vaughn, Owen Wilson. Will Ferrell. If Will Ferrell and Mike Myers never been in a movie together, it'd be Andy Dick. And then Old School. I can't get there, man. Wait, I can get there. Yes, okay. Via Anchorman. Wait, Luke Wilson. Why was I thinking about Owen Wilson? I was thinking about Owen Wilson earlier. Owen Wilson was a connection point for us. Oh, Will Ferrell was in Austin Powers too. The Spy Who Shagged Me. Which then has Mike Myers, which then has Wayne's World 1. Okay, what is that, like a quintuple bogey? That is embarrassing for an Austin head. You're absolutely right. Brings me some great pain. Bruce Almighty, Jennifer Aniston, the thin pink line from 1998, Mike Myers, Wayne's World. That's bullshit. You don't know that the thin pink line is a real movie. You went to Jennifer Aniston and you fucking scrolled through all the movies and put it into IMDb. Jim Carrey, The Mask, Cameron Diaz, Shrek, Mike Myers. Oh, that's so. I didn't even think of Shrek, man. It's such a good connector. That's a clean line. I'm not a huge Shrek head. I know that makes me I'm a pariah. Flashbang out, by the way. Four words. 1965. This is The Sound of Music. Okay, I'm back. 1965 kid/family movie. And it's The Sound of Music. 4 words. That one's a gimme. You know what? I'm feeling zooted off that. Take me to actoral. I see that the first movie they're in is 1988. The last movie they're in is 2022. No, actoral is so annoying. I looked at this and I said, it's like playing 25 Wheel of Fortune puzzles at exactly the same time. Like, it's so annoying. You got to rework that. I'm sorry. This is Guess the Game. This is Sleeping Dogs. Okay, I'm crazy. We have... What's the one where you guess the rating? Elodal? Rankdal. Rankdal. Guess the rank in chess. Okay, you ready? I did not do well at this yesterday. They played E4. Follow up, B6. That's an insulting response. D4. I am playing the white pieces here. Immediate bishop fianchetto. We're going to follow up with a knight to C3. We're going to follow that up, I don't know, E6. This is just annoying to me. But they haven't made a crazy move yet, so I'm thinking we might be in the, maybe like the high thousands. But this is it's pretty basic play so far. Knight to C6. They pushed. You know what? I think knight to C6 has indicated that maybe you're in the 1600s. Bishop to C4. They opened themselves up to an en passant. They did not take the en passant. They wanted them to take the en passant. I'm ready to make my call, okay? I'm going to say you're 1500 to 1699. Correct elo was 923. I've earned 0 stars. Okay, take me to the next match. Open with E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. I love them. They're 2 gamers. They came to play. Play a little D4, follow with the take, the take, the take. Board's very simple now. What are you going to play to follow this up? Great question. That's what I was thinking, but how do you respond to a little bit of E5? They didn't play E5. They played bishop to C4. Okay, a little E6. They moved back one. That is an insane move to me. I am now ready to make my pick. I think you are 100 to 599. This move makes no sense to me. Or you're a grandmaster. Okay, they're 1277. Next match. E4, knight to C6. Knight to F3. E6. It's an annoying game, for sure. They're trying to close it up. I mean, they're doing all the right things. I would say this is a high-level game. No, wait, how long was that pawn hanging? Long enough. This is 15 to 16.99. 837? Who is playing closed games at 837? Are you allergic to having fun? You think a 1600 is missing that pawn? 1600 is not that good. That was like my ELO when I was 13. I mean, now I'm like probably a 1400, but still, I'm just saying. Well, I got no stars today, and may God have mercy on your soul. You know what? Quick hurdle. Have you played Semantle? Yes, I hate it. Okay, here's some hurdle for you. It went. I don't know it. It went. But I don't know it. Ooh, it went. I think I'm gonna get this. Just give me one more. I don't know it still. I'm not going to know this. I'm not going to know this song. I'm listening to it. It's 30 seconds long. Ooh. It's a do 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 do. Skip me. That was called Mr. Saxo Beat by Alexandra Stan. What the hell is Mr. Saxo Beat? That's definitely Mr. Saxo Beat. You've heard it? This is the first time I've heard it, man. I'm being real with you. That shit was everywhere in 2009? It said it came out in 2011. Global. Are you a time traveler? Enter the name of any country to make your first guess. Colombia. That's not too bad. 5,000 kilometers away. Take me up to Mexico. Huh? Take me to Côte d'Ivoire. No, that's not very smart. What does this mean when it says closest border 730? Wait, red is closer. Red is closer? It's not further away? Red is hotter. Oh, okay, I'm crazy. 730 kilometers. Mali. Algeria. No. Don't be an idiot. I'm not the best at African geography. It's not Ghana. Could it be Senegal down there? Ooh, closest border 0. Senegal is adjacent to the answer. Burkina Faso. Oh, no, 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 no. Eritrea. Oh, it's not even the right side. Is this even a country? Gambia? The mystery country's Gambia! Let's go! Oh. Maybe got a little lucky there. It's pretty good. Please try out Chrono Photo. Okay, but if they show me another photo of like a mass grave, I'm not going to be happy, okay? Okay. I mean, like, so the first photo I ever got shown in Chrono Photo was basically someone being shot in the head. This is the second photo I've ever been shown in the game, okay? This is not that bad necessarily, but it's almost like if you had these two data points, would you be confident about seeing what the next photo is with your screen region up? Anyway, I'm going to say that, like, I don't know why I took the screen off for a second. I'm going to say this is 1967. Photo was taken in 1966. I'm crazy. Next round. This is doable, maybe. Like this, I see a station wagon with like more of, I would say, like a 1960s style on it. It's a black and white photo, but that doesn't mean anything. Man with a beard. I'm going to say roughly the same thing. Give me a 65. That was 1974. Idiot. Okay. This is probably, based on the style, I'm going to say this, and the quality of the camera, I'm going to say that this was 2012. It's 2006. Okay, I should have taken it a little further back. That's a nice camera for 2006, man. We have trucks shoveling snow. These people do not look like modern individuals in any stretch. This is the last time it ever snowed in London. I'm going to say, I'm going to pull this one back to about 1931. It's 1939. That it pains me a little bit, but that's okay. It's Michael Jackson. I'm going to have to say that this is probably Michael Jackson in the early 1980s. I'm going to go 80. I'm going to go 86 on this one. Ooh, 1988. I'm kind of crazy. Game results. Oh, you can. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, this is fun. When it's not showing me mass graves. I can see why people are telling me about Chrono Photo. Here, just play, all right? Full screen geo duals. That's the one right there. This is a blockbuster. I see NASCAR Heat. I see Medal of Honor Frontline. Came out around 2003. This is my era. Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring on the PlayStation 2. I mean, I got to tell you that for me, you could probably just look at this. This looks like this is 2003 full stop right here. It's taken in 2002. Okay, I'll take it. This is from, it's an anti-assault rifle protest, a gun control protest in the U.S. I'm going to say this is 2012. It's 2018. This is Claudia Schiffer getting onto an airplane with a pillow and some striped pants. I'm gonna have to guess 1985. Ooh, he's crazy. This shit is from the First World War. It's a nightmare image. I'm gonna go ahead and guess this is from about 1917. Okay, it's from 1916. This is what Los Angeles used to look like. This is what they took from us. This is post post World War II by a little bit. Let me get like a 1948. 1950? I'm insane. Nobody can stop me in Chrono Photo. It's 12:53. What was I thinking? It's kind of nuts with it. Can I say I admire the design of this website? Like, that is the homepage. I love that. Holy cow, be careful. This looks like the 70s for sure. Say this is 73. 83? This is London in the early 1990s, maybe even the mid 1990s. Let me get a 95 on this. It's 2002. Well, they always have been a little bit behind the times, I would say. This looks like San Francisco following the Great Earthquake, which took place maybe 1905. Ooh, 1906, I'm crazy. Is New York City circa the early 2000s. I would put this one right at 2001. It's taken 1999. Oh, they tried to trick us. I was going to say this is from like 1920s. Then I saw, all you need to learn, you learn in kindergarten. Trump, did you go to kindergarten? Got him! I'm going to say that this was from 2017. Ooh, he's crazy. Dude, Chrono Photo is a lot of fun. One photo is going to ruin it, I'm sure. Okay, this reeks of it's mid-century United States of America. I'm going to say this is like maybe 1953. It's 1957. How could I be so stupid? There are just 45 drinking days left. Take me back. This, to me, so it's in the U.S. I'm gonna guess that this is. The question is, do you put it around the First World War or the Second World War? They look a little bit too modern to me. So I'm actually gonna place you like in the 1940s. Probably like, let's go 46. Never mind. It's from Prohibition. How do you know? The sign? Can I tell you something? I didn't think that this was 45 days before Prohibition. I thought this was like literally it's 45 days until January 1st. And then they would just reset the clock to be, there's only 365 drinking days left. I thought this was like November 15th, 1946. Next round, please. What the heck? To me, this is hard to tell. There's not a lot of context, but it is a color photo. I'm going to say this is 1970. No, I'm going to say this is 1982. 1961. Not great. Not a great performance from me on this one. Man's making donuts at the Krispy Kreme. Give me 1953. And 1957. This looks like Los Angeles, circa... By the way, can I just say this guy is dripped up? I don't know. Can you still get away with wearing this as a man? Like the safari jacket with the belt cinching it up to really show off your hips? I'm gonna say this is the early 1940s. It's 1950. Like, I know that the early 1940s is the Second World War, but there were like non-war photos. Like, there were people that were just, who knows? This might have been a photo taken outside of a military base. That's like the admiral just came over here to say, how's it going, guys? Okay, 1812 is not a good performance. Run it back. This shit is 1941. 1942. Easiest pick of my life. These cars are definitely from like the turn of the century. I'm gonna put me on a 1920 here. Ooh. This is Lego Star Wars on the Nintendo Wii, which came out in 2000. The Wii came out in 2006. I'm gonna say this is from 2007. 2009. Okay. What a spread, man. Holy cow. What do you get? 17 different kinds of cakes and pies? People were not as... What the heck? It's probably a balloon, right? Porridges and pies and... Couldn't even tell you what half of this stuff is. This is either boiled or fried. All the men are wearing hats. Nobody looking at their phones. Just living in the moment. This sounds insane. I feel like this is a colorized photo of like the 1920s, which is, I know it makes, what I'm saying makes no sense. I see people in chat saying the 70s, but like people did not, I mean, maybe this is like an Amish community or something, but people did not dress like this, and the hats and stuff on all the men. Maybe it was different in like Arkansas back then. I'm going 19, slightly post Great Depression, the Roaring 30s. Hey! Oh, vindicated! Slightly vindicated. Photo was taken in 1940. It's relatively modern military garb. I gotta feel that this one is probably like the early 50s. Let me get like a 52. 43. Holy cow. That was not so bad. Dude, Chrono Photo is cracked. This definitely looks like the First World War. And I believe that is a French military outfit. World War I. Put me in 1917. I'm so stupid. That's Teddy Roosevelt. So I don't remember his presidency years exactly, but it's, you know, it's pre-World War I. So let's put me on like a 1904. He's insane. I have no idea what I'm looking at here. I feel relatively confident saying that this is Europe. Maybe this is, we're celebrating VE Day in 1945. You can zoom? Yeah, but they took this thing on a Game Boy camera. So what am I gonna... Oh, boy. This is how I can... The Gen Z be like, you can zoom in on the photo. Okay, don't look at the results. When do you think this photo was taken? What year?
65?
1965 is 1902.
Whoa!
I thought it was 1945. Thank you for the smoothie, by the way.
I thought it would be the other way around.
You see a photo, you have to guess when it was
Why
taken.
people laugh at me for 62? 62 was, or 65 was pretty good.
This is actually 2004 in Arkansas. I'm going to say that this is...
Is it the playground?
I guess maybe it is. I thought they were like erecting a barn or something. I think this is like the 1920s. I'm going to say it's 1927.
40.
Oh, I thought it was the Great Depression.
1903? Is that Vancouver? Is that Toronto?
I'm going to... I don't know. Based on the hats, I couldn't tell you. This has got to be like 19...
Give me 1900.
1900 even? We're dying.
That's pretty good.
It was 0 points.
That's a little rough.
This is 1963.
80.
This is
Look
not.
at that hair.
This is not 1980. Come on.
It could be 80 with black and white.
Oh, it's 1962. Okay, next. Oh, it's San Francisco. To me, this like
2000.
2000. I was thinking this is San Francisco like 89.
I see those cars nowadays.
Yeah, the cars never left for some reason. 94. Okay.
I don't know what that is. Look at too many.
Me when someone texts me something funny. This is New York City.
I know that car. That's 80s.
It's 80. I was thinking this is the. You know what? I could be persuaded to go 80. Ooh, pretty good.
Now who's laughing now?
This is. I don't mean this
What the hell is
insensitively. Is this? Are these fireworks or is this like Chernobyl?
This is video game, right?
Oh, you know what? It might be 2001. It's not 2001. It's from 2014.
What is it?
It's a riot, apparently.
I see that.
Have you seen Jessie? Jessie Sevenston, Brisbane, something.
Yo, I found Jessie.
She's right there.
Yeah.
I call her Jessie, the yodeling cowgirl. I ride along and sing my song. Is she okay? It looks like she's not like thrilled to be on the horse.
Probably because it's a donkey.
It is a donkey. You're not wrong. This has got to be like
Ryan has the same shoes.
1911. 1928. It is not a horse. You're right. You're right. That was a donkey. Run me back. Ooh. This looks like
Granville
I was
Street?
going to say this looks like Granville Street. I'm going to go see System of a Down at Chop Suey tonight.
That gotta be like 1905. Look at those cars. We ain't got no cars like that anymore.
Those are definitely turn of the century automobiles.
Pretty sure like there was no seatbelt in those.
I'm going to hit you with a 1919. 1927. It's later than I would have thought. Isn't this Shibuya? Shinjuku?
I don't know. Since it says right there, but then it's too.
Oh, well, check this out.
Ah, Shibuya.
I'm cracked. I think
Shibuya Center.
looking at the fashions, I'm thinking this outfit to me screams mid 2000s. This is like a 2006.
2010.
I'm going 06. You can't convince me not to go
2010.
06 on this one. 2004. Okay.
Oh.
What's wrong with the guy on the left?
He's balding.
Just because he's a little bald?
balding. Central Park? No, wait. That's Vancouver.
Wait a minute, that is Vancouver. That's definitely. Look, the building is all glass, and that's a SkyTrain platform. That's Vancouver.
That's Vancouver, man.
This is
That's
not.
where they sell weed.
This is not how people dress here anymore. That's for sure. This to me.
Oh my god, you had those shorts. 2008.
I think you're right. Actually, though the camera quality, I could be persuaded of the 08 here. Ooh.
Oh, let's go.
This has got to be.
Yo, Denji with the gold chain, rise up.
This has got to be mid 1980s to early 1990s. Give me an 86 on this
Fried
one.
chicken, seafood, salad bar. It has everything.
Everything the body needs. 1989.
What the hell is this?
This is like
Is that PAX?
It's PAX. It's Swedish PAX.
Galador.
It's DreamHack. That's in Sweden. Who's the king? Well, this
How are we
is.
supposed to know? Look at the PC. Look at the monitor. It's not curved. They're playing
Counter-Strike. This is last year.
2016. 2014?
I'm gonna go 2014. I think that's a good guess. 2012.
Oh,
Good.
yo, I'm cracked.
She's a little cracked. She is a little cracked.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna have
Who
to say.
braids their hair?
I couldn't begin to hazard an answer. I'm gonna say that this has to be 1930. Ooh,
Oof, oof, oof,
that's
oof.
gotta hurt.
Ooh.
This is
Is
definitely.
that a Titanic?
This is not the Titanic. Excuse me. This is like a battleship.
Then why is it so many people coming on? Coming
They're
on?
probably doing like a tourist. Look, this guy's. Oh, that's a
That
lady.
gotta be Titanic, dude.
This is not a Titanic. This is like the USS Indianapolis or something. It's probably like this is like the war just ended, and they're like, check out the battleship that just won us the war. Oh fuck! It was the Titanic.
What is that? A nuke went off.
It's probably from like the Vietnam War.
Yeah, I agree.
Give me 70. 1989 is not the Vietnam War.
Well, something happened.
Oh my God! It's from the era where people were like,
Oh, it's New York. You know that.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely you could just tell these people have never worked a day in their life. Let's say this is 1930 even, 1943. All right, maybe they've actually been through some stuff now that I think about it.
Have you tried the juice? I've been waiting for you to sip.
It's delicious,
Yeah?
tasty.
Let's
Tomo,
go.
Tomo, careful. I saw Tomo getting ready to jump up here.
Boys out.
Get out of here.
You out too.
This is like 02. 2013? What did they take it with? A Kodak disposable camera? It's like half a megapixel. It's a 500 kilopixels. Oh, it is 201. You're right. I'm off the clock. Hey, Nuns on Acid. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Play me. Okay, we got to get one that's at least like 4,000 points. This is early. This has got to be like a 1906. Because in the early 1900s, nobody could even afford a hat. But as the decade ticked on, we became a proper country. It's 1907. Oh, fuck. Field hockey, huh? Go ahead and say this is from like the 1935. 1926, okay? Well, they're using laptop computers. This is a TV camera. I'm going to guess that this is from 2010. 2007. Okay, 2000. See, I would have said 2007, but then I was like, I was just being offensive. I was like, this could be 2007 America, but I think that then the fashion trends in America might take a couple of extra years to filter out to other parts of the world, So I baked in a little bit of extra time just in case. Pass me. Continental divide between the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean watershed. What a car, by the way. I got to give you like a 19. Look at that car. Like a 19. I'm going to go 46, 54. It's the birth of the United Nations. It's 1946. Whatever. Okay, not a good round. Japan. I'm going to say this is 1982. I'll take that. We can still do something here. We can still make some noise. To me, the cars, the carpet, the color choices, the fashion here, this is serving late 70s vibes. I'm going 76. Okay, we're still alive. The men are not wearing hats. They appear to be relatively modern. I could easily see this being the turn of the 70s into the 80s. I'm going 1981. Oh, he's crazy. Now this, it's a color photo. We have notable landmarks. Camera quality is not amazing. I would be inclined to say that this is 1998 in New York City. 1996. What I wanted 4,000. We're at 3252. Things go better with Coke. That's James Dean. That's Taron Egerton. They got Buddy Holly glasses. This is indicating to me it's mid-century. But if I'm being honest with you, the people don't look cool enough for this to be the 1950s. I'm just being real with you. So I'm going to go ahead and say that this is... I'm going to say it's the early 1950s. I'm going 51. Oh, no! $1968? You're telling me Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band was out? People were still choosing to dress like Henry Kissinger? Okay, we can... Oh, the jacket. Yeah, I guess it is a polyester jacket, isn't it? This dude's actually dressed like the New Radicals. All right, I got one more in me. What the hell is this? This shit is from the future. This is a trick question. Okay, they are dressed... They are dressed like it's the 1930s. I'm going 32. Complete luck. This is Bulgaria. I'm going to guess... I mean, I honestly feel like this is the early 1990s. Like, I'm going to go 88. I'm going to hedge myself a little. It's taken in 1990, okay? It's actually Lithuania. Sorry, my mistake. I knew it was not Hungary because it did not have the space in the middle, which you do when you're hungry. A lot of good stuff for sale here. Okay, this is like a character from Line. And Line really only started popping off like maybe 2015. Supreme, I'm even pulling it forward a little bit. There's Minecraft. I'm looking at this and I'm saying this is 2017. 2018. I'll take it. There's no Among Us stuff. That's very true. There was no Among Us. How am I supposed to know? The Johns Hopkins University. They're building some kind of medical robot in a room with complete fluorescent lighting. Like, this shit could be 1901. It could be 2050. I said it like that. To me, this looks like a photo that you could take on a camera that Malf would buy in high school. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a 2003. Oh! We got a real shot. This should be very doable. This man is on a relatively modern iMac. He appears to be reading the Unabomber's latest novel. Early modern England. There's two, oh my God, there might be 3 iMacs in here. The kid is playing with some Lego. What kind of Legos you got there? You got the space shuttle. Build your own city. This kid is going apeshit for Lego. Holy cow. Are you seeing this? Got the Millennium Falcon. The shelf is chock full of completed Lego sets. I can't tell you what that... I was hoping to see like a Minecraft guy or something. The heck is this? What the hell is this? Does anyone else, and this is maybe just what my brain is doing, please tell me what you see when you look at this, okay? Just tell me what your brain interprets this image as. Because what I see is like a gorilla in like a very Like, paint me like one of your French girls sort of pose. Like some might say a gorilla in a post-coital bliss or something. Is a dude in armor? All right, if you, I mean, I believe you. Anyway, I'm kind of just stalling. This, my man's got no socks on in your own house. This is a crisp photo, man. He's got his little toesies up too. What's that? Rock Band drum set? Oh, it's the damn, it's another Star Wars Lego ship, man. I'm going to say this is 2020. Like, this seems like it could be from a New York Times article that's like how families are coping. And then they interviewed one dude who obviously makes $950,000 a year because his son has an entire room full of completed first-party Legos. So I'm going 2020 on this one. Yeah, okay. This is... that's just context. We got how many points? 4,546. I would take that. What a game. Dude, Chrono Photo. Chrono Photo, that's good. Anyway, I'll send you over to my wife's stream. Today's Thursday, right? Maybe, listen, I have no idea what we're going to play tomorrow, but it's possible maybe a good video game will come out this weekend. There's like 2 days. Oh, tomorrow's Jackbox. That's true. We are going to play Jackbox tomorrow. Anyway, see you then. Later.